Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Diabetes Awareness. Know your risk, know your response.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. In the children of
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Diabetes Awareness. Know your risk, know your response.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. In the children of
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Diabetes Awareness. Know your risk, know your response.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. In the children of
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Diabetes Awareness. Know your risk, know your response.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. In the children of
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Diabetes Awareness. Know your risk, know your response.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. In the children of
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Diabetes Awareness. Know your risk, know your response.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. In the children of
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Diabetes Awareness. Know your risk, know your response.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. In the children of
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Diabetes Awareness. Know your risk, know your response.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. In the children of
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Diabetes Awareness. Know your risk, know your response.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. In the children of
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Diabetes Awareness. Know your risk, know your response.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. In the children of
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Diabetes Awareness. Know your risk, know your response.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. In the children of
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Diabetes Awareness. Know your risk, know your response.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. In the children of
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Diabetes Awareness. Know your risk, know your response.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. In the
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Wherever you are connected to us from, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And everyone, and we are welcome to today's global online episode on diabetes awareness. I'm Vaishali Acharya, your senior host, and I'm delighted to have you with us. Today, we bring together a distinguished panel of global experts to discuss diabetes, a silent killer that affects millions and silently damages vital organs daily. Our mission is to provide you with essential knowledge, practical advice, and crucial lifestyle changes to help manage and combat diabetes effectively. Additionally, we celebrate Father's Day today. Let us honor all fathers by promoting health and well-being for everyone. To thank you for joining us on www.healingourearth.com, and let's embark on this eye-opening journey together by reciting a universal mantra, Gayatri Mantra. Let's pray together before we begin.
Vaishali, can you unmute yourself, please? Thank you. And let's commence the universal mantra of Gayatri.
Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Global Namaste once again. And this is your senior host, Vaishali Acharya. And I'm going to welcome my co-host, a beautiful, a gorgeous, with a flower background, and an eminent Ayurveda doctor, a personality who doesn't need any introduction. And she is a physiologist, she is a yoga practitioner, she is a counselor, she is connected with various prestigious government bodies in India. And we are so privileged to have Amrita Sharma, Dr. Amrita Sharma, as our co-host. And welcome, Amrita, and over to you.
Thank you, Vaishali ji. Thank you so much. A global namaste to all of you. A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. Once again, we both welcome you all to today's episode, which is very special because it talks about one of the very prominent prevailing diseases, which is so contagious that what to say. Some sweets are so sweet that they virtually do a lot of problems which people don't come to know. And as Vishali mentioned, it's a silent killer. So in today's episode, we'll be bringing up our eminent experts and guests in the field of diabetes for dealing with, who will be telling us what's wrong that sweet is so killing for us, what it has done, what can be done for the prevention, what can be the best for the treatment, and yes, how many sweets should you consume in form of chocolates, cakes, pies, and mithais, of course, which are world famous of Indian sweets world over. So it's time, Vaishali, to move forward for today's episode as we have lined up with so many eminent guests with us.
Absolutely, Amrita, and so excited to bring light through our expert panel and our very first uh, guest, our honorable guest, Dr. V.N. Shah sir from India. He is MD FACE USA, Fellow of American College of Endocrinology, Fellow of Diabetes India, member and Endocrine Society USA, Senior Consultant Diabetologist and Metabolic Physician, Zydus Hospitals and Healthcare Research Private Limited. So without further ado, I would like to welcome one and only Dr. V.N. Shah sir. Global Namaste, V.N. Shah sir.
Global Namaste.
Yeah, global namaste to you all.
It is privilege,
very
it is
warm
our
welcome.
absolute privilege to have you, sir, with us. And today is a Father's Day as well. And
Yeah.
wish you a very happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
You are an amazing father. I have witnessed
Yeah, thank you.
your
Thank you so
journey. And welcome to our platform. What would you like to share today, sir? How would you like to start this episode with your word of wisdom, your expertise and
Yeah,
knowledge?
definitely. Because you see, diabetes is such a disease, once it is ignored, then the devastating effect in the human life, which is observed since more than 100 years. Fortunately, we have completed the insulin initiation 102 years. Last year, we have completed 100 years plus. So what is happening in total scenario, the fifth cause of the morbidity and mortality in the world after cardiology problem, cancer, accident, it is a fifth cause. And people are ignoring and they are not having the at least awareness. Second thing, it is a just tip of the iceberg in the developing countries where we are having the diagnosis of the diabetes and which is causing a burden to the family, to the region, to the nation, and in global scenario, it is causing nowadays, even coming years, more than $1 trillion as a cost to the therapy in the world. So we are supposed to understand this disease and how one can prevent, and if it is there, how we can prevent from the complications of the diabetes and even hospitalization, so we can have the at least good outcome. So this kind of the understanding problem we are at least educating the people with your this media and via with the social medias. I think so it is going to help a lot to our population as a nation and as a globe. So I think so this is my message, and we are going to have the narration regarding the simplest way to understand why this diabetes, how it is to be treated, how it is to be controlled, and how it is to be prevented. Is it reversible or not? Nowadays, a lot of talks are going on, a lot of myths are there. So I think so in the very short time, I'm going to narrate this thing. Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. And the question immediately right now from someone, our audience, that can one reverse the diabetes? That's a question as well. And we are so eager to see more from your side. And we would love to have your insight on us. And please go ahead, over to you. And
Yeah.
the stage is yours. And we have audience worldwide who is listening to us. We are right now live on Facebook, website, Twitter, and all other social media platforms. And we have different, globally, we are connected at the moment. Go ahead, sir. We are over to you.
Yes, please. At present, this is the scenario as a world point, and this is the figure of the WHO as well as the International Diabetic Federation. India has the second highest number of the people with the diabetes, and diabetes currently affected more than even 74 million Indians, which is more than 8.3% of the adult population. It is estimated to be around 57% of the current cases of the diabetes to be at least in undiagnosed.
Wow.
Just a minute, please.
Yeah, sure. No worries, sir.
Yeah. So in 2000, because after that, the survey is not that. I'm giving the figure of 2021. It is estimated that 537 million people have diabetes. And this number is projected to be reached 634 million by the 2030 and 783 million by the 2045. In addition, 541 million people are estimated to have the impaired glucose tolerance in 21. So diagnosed and undiagnosed patients are parallelly going on, and which is having the pre-diabetic stage as a 541. Those having in the future the diabetes and people are not knowing. It is also estimated that over 6.7 million people aged 20 to 79 years will already it is figured out and die from the diabetes. And you can see that the overall figure of the COVID death also, it is more than this figure related to cause in 21. The number of the children and adolescents up to 19 years living with a type 1 diabetes annually. And in 21, over 1.2 million children and adolescents have the type 1 diabetes. Direct health expenditure due to the diabetes are already close to $1 trillion and will exceed this figure by 2030. So why this scenario is? Primary driver is rapid epidemiological transition associated with change in the dietary pattern. I'm giving one example here. We were up to 2018, the world capital of the diabetes as a India. Now the China since last 4 to 5 years is the world capital of the diabetes because they have changed their dietary pattern in the world scenario, and now they are going for the fast food and change of the cola lifestyle. So this is the basic change in the dietary pattern. One of the examples, decrease the physical activity. Everybody is in the fast buck rat race is in the society, and that's why there is no awareness about the physical activity, as evident from the higher prevalence of the diabetes in the urban population. You can see here in India also, in comparison with the urban population and the village population, where the higher cases are with the urban population. And prevalence of the microvascular complication, retinopathy, nephropathy, and other microvascular complication in compared with the India, Western countries, India is less. But prevalence of the premature coronary artery disease is much higher in the Indian compared other than the ethnic population. Here the slide is there. 1 in 11 adults have the diabetes at present in the world market. So 450 million patients are suffering from the diabetes. And out of that, even 46.5% adults with diabetes are undiagnosed. 12% of the global health expenditure is spent for the diabetes. That is the 673 million. And by the 24, one adult in even out of 10 will have the diabetes. Similarly, even gestational diabetes, 1 in 7 birth is affected by the gestational diabetes. And 3/4 of the population all over the world is in the developing countries and under middle income countries. 542,000 children have the type 1 diabetes. And every 6 seconds, a person die from the diabetes. Roughly 5 million deaths occur due to this diabetes. So projected increase in diabetes in India, because Asian Indian phenotype is our different in our Indian scenario. Unique clinical biological abnormalities in our Indian genes. Increase the insulin resistance, greater abdominal adiposity. You see, we are having the greater waistline than the overall body. Higher waist circumference, that is despite of the lower BMI, and lower adiponectin, which is higher in high sensitivity C-reactive protein. So one can understand why this diabetes, what is the normal scenario of the physiology of the glucose absorption. Once we are eating the food with the carbohydrate, which is grains, fruit, milk, and sweet, these carbohydrates change to the sugar after digestion. The glucose is passing through the wall to the even blood vessels. So glucose entering the blood to go to the all part of the body for the energy. What is happening parallel? The pancreas is senses the rise in the blood glucose, and so it makes the insulin production. And insulin helps the sugar get into the cell and in our body, so they can use the sugar as a energy. If this energy is not there, human being is not going to survive. So what is pancreas? Insulin and pancreas. Pancreas is situated in the abdominal behind the stomach and duodenum. This is the just like a tail-like structure is there, and we can see that this is our pancreas. And pancreas play an important role in the glucose metabolism. We are having the two kind of these cells: beta cells from the island of the Langerhans secreting the insulin, and we are having the alpha cell, which is preventing the insulin over secretion and producing the glucagon, and which is maintaining the balance in our body as a glucose metabolism. Maintenance of the blood glucose, you can see we are having the two activity. One is the insulin secretin beta cell activity, and second is the alpha activity. So when the blood glucose increase, the insulin is released by the beta cells. Excess glucose is stored as a glycogen. Improve the utilization of the glucose in the body by opening the channels in the cell membrane. When the blood glucose level falls too low, the glucagon, that is the alpha activity, is released. Stored glycogen is converted from the glycogen to the glucose. So this is the cycle which is maintained in our body regularly. So insulin and glucose disposal in our normal individual. Once we are having the glucose in the body, the insulin secreted by the pancreas, which is controlling our sugar. What is the effect of the insulin in our body? Which is reducing the gluconeogenesis, glucosenolysis, and increase the glycogen synthesis in the liver. Similarly, which is having the effect in even our muscle mass also. So glycogen synthesis is there in the muscle mass. Similarly, glucose uptake by the fatty tissue and decrease the fatty free fatty acids releasing in our body.
This is such an information that we are.
Glucagon, glucose disposable in our normal body. What is happening? Once the glucose is increasing, the glycogen is released by the pancreas. Similarly, gluconeogenesis is there. And this is the alpha activity I am telling about. And alpha activity is increasing the gluconeogenesis. People in our country, we are doing the fast. Where the sugar is coming from? Even Jainism, people are doing 1 month, 2 months, 2 months, 3 months fasting. So from where the glucose is coming? At that time, that alpha activity, which is secreting the glucagon, which is increasing the gluconeogenesis, glucosenolysis, and it is increasing the lipolysis, which is giving the blood sugar in our body for our revival. So what is the diabetes? Diabetes mellitus is a persistent, long-standing disease where utilization of the carbohydrate, fat, and protein by the body is disturbed, leading to the high blood glucose level or the hyperglycemia. This occurred due to the inability of the body to produce the enough insulin due to the decreased functioning of the beta cells of the pancreas, or inability of the body to use the insulin effectiveness, that is the insulin sensitivity. And mostly our type 2 diabetes patients are having the early insulin resistant activity. And in sometimes both the activities, even insulin resistance as well as the decreasing the beta cell function, which is producing the hyperglycemia in a singular constant feature of all the type of the diabetes. So type of the diabetes, we are having the 3 type of the diabetes: type 1 diabetes, type 2 diabetes, and gestational diabetes. Here, type 1 diabetes is having the 5 to 10% in the all over the world scenario. 90 to 95% patients are having the type 2 diabetes. So due to the beta cell destruction. So what is happening in the scenario of the type 1 and type 2? Once the type 1 diabetes, that is the insulin dependent, where the beta cell functions are not there. Type 2 diabetes, where the beta cell functions are there, but due to the insulin resistance or depletion of the beta cell function, which is producing the diabetes, that is called the type 2 diabetes. And gestational diabetes is the diagnosis in second or the third trimester of the pregnancy. So in the overall scenario in the world, as a gestational diabetes, that is called the GDM, it is a 7% to the 14% as a all pregnancies, and which are carrying a lot of problems with the women as well as the coming even future kids also. So this is called the gestational diabetes. What is happening in the type 2 diabetes? We are having only 1 million beta cells in our pancreas. At the time of the first time diagnosis, type 2 diabetes, which is having 90 to 95%, where the 50% of the beta cells are not functioning. And that's why it is a progressive disease. Year by year, these beta cell functions are depleting and sugar levels are increasing. So you can see in your relatives also, initially one tablet is sufficient, then the second tablet, then the third tablet, and ultimately we are supposed to go with the insulin therapy like type 1 diabetes. So type 2 diabetes is a progressive disease. What is happening? Why this type 1 diabetes? Is the simplest slide I shown to you. What is happening in normal situation? Once we are having the glucose produced in the body via the food, which we are having in the carbohydrate form, where the insulin is a key to the cell, which is opening the window, and glucose is absorbed by the cell, and which is normally in the functioning. In type 1 diabetes, what is happening? Insulin beta cells is not secreting at all. That is called the insulin dependent diabetes. That is the type 1 diabetes, where the keys are not there to open the window. So glucose is not utilized by the cell, and which is having the devastating effect in our body. Similarly, what is happening in the type 2 diabetes? Here, the normal scenario is the same. Glucose is utilized by the insulin, but in type 2 diabetes, some kind of the insulin secretion is there. So partly it is working, partly it is not working. So we are sometimes giving the only oral medication or either insulin plus oral medication as a treatment point of view in type 2 diabetes. So what is happening in the gestational type diabetes mellitus? Gestational diabetes mellitus occurred during the pregnancy. Women with the gestational diabetes mellitus are at the high risk of the developing in the future diabetes. Once the person, because you see female is 25, 30 years, 33 years, 35 years, having the pregnancy, at that time the diabetes is coming in the second or the third trimester of the pregnancy. Once the baby is delivered, out of this pregnancy, 1/3 is having the no diabetes. 1/3 is having the pre-diabetic to the diabetic phase, and 1/3 is having the permanent diabetes. So we are supposed to watch and at least give some guidelines. Pregnant woman which is having the gestational diabetes, which is going to prevent in the future as a diabetes patient. So what is the role of the insulin resistant and beta cell dysfunction in type 2 diabetes? We are having the two scenario. I told you at the time of the diabetes detection, 50% beta cells are not functioning, and progressive decline in the pancreatic islet of the beta cells, and which is decreasing the insulin secretion and inadequately suppress the glucagon, which is giving you the hyperglycemia. Here, what is happening in the obese patient? Insulin secreted by the beta cells, but it is not working properly. So in the first scenario, in the body, you can see that once the diagnosis is there, an obesity patient is there, where the insulin level in the body is high, which is required as a body point of view, but the insulin level is high and persistent insulin resistance is there. Ultimately, it is going to at least damage the beta cells and having the hyperglycemia. So this is the very important causes of the diabetes. That is the omnius of octet, where the insulin secretion is less, which is producing the hyperglycemia. What is the basic scenario I'm having the time, no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So what is happening? It is a hyperglycemia, where once the body is having the hyperglycemia, there are two activities in our intestine. that is secreting the enzyme that is called the DPP4, where the medications are going to have the work, and a new research is going on. So intestine is giving the one enzyme that is called the DPP4, which is stimulating the two hormones in intestine, that is the GLP-1 RA, the GLP-1 and GIP, which is called the incretin effect, which is also producing the hyperglycemia. Increase the lipolysis, fat is destroyed and producing the glucose. Similarly, what is happening in a normal scenario, glucose is secreted by the kidney and at least there is no reabsorption. Here, once the diabetes is there, insulin secretion is there, increase the glucose reabsorption. Similarly, decrease the glucose uptake by the muscle mass. And that's why the continuous, hyperglycemia status is there in the blood vessels. Similarly, neurotransmitter dysfunction is there, where is the at least effect of the autoimmune system is there, and which is also going to cause you the hyperglycemia and increase the hepatic glucose production by the liver itself. And here what is happening, the even alpha cell also increasing the glucagon secretion. Here I told you in the beginning, this is the balancing between the alpha cell and beta cell. If the alpha cell is working over it, the secretion of the insulin is not there. That's why the glucagon activity is increasing and ultimately which is leading to the hyperglycemia state, that is diabetes. So can we at least a few factors we can change it? So we are having the non-modifiable risk factor for the type 2 diabetes. That is the in Indian scenario, more than 30 years of the age, one cannot change it. Even world market, it is a 40% is there, and first degree relatives with the diabetes. I am giving you the what is the first degree diabetes patient. Even father and mother is having the at least probability to have the kids diabetes 25%. If the brother or sister is having, that is the sibling, then the percentage wise, the diabetes is going to have the 70 to 80%. So we can, after understanding, we can have the prevention program also. Ethnically, I'm telling you, even all South Asian population, Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, where ethnicity is there, and we are having the more probability of the diabetes. History of the impaired blood glucose. What is the impaired blood glucose? Once your sugar is having the between 1 to 125 fasting stage, or 140 to 200 figure as a IGT that is called. If it is there, then the future candidate, this person is for the diabetes. History of gestational diabetes we have narrated. Very even common problem at present, all girls, which is having the hormonal abnormalities, that is called the polycystic ovarian syndrome. Acanthosis nigricans, you can see that even in the obese kids, this kind of the even neck blackness is there, that is called the acanthosis nigricans. Hypertension, dyslipidemia, obesity is there. But these are the modifiable risk. Nowadays, we can understand what is the modifiable risk. Dietary pattern. We are having the now fast food pattern. We are having the cheese, butter, and fried things. Already now available all the foods in the market. We are not having the freshly available food. Abdominal obesity. You can see that the day by day and year by year, all our population is having the adiposity and abdominal obesity is there. Overweight is a burning problem of our society. Even all developed countries, like even US and all European countries, kids are having the major problem of the obesity due to the fast food and physical inactivity. We are having the food, but there is no physical activity. There is no playgrounds. People are always watching the TV or always watching the mobiles and not having their games which we were playing, and we were having the at least physical activity in normal. Nowadays, almost all activities, those who are even working, they are working more than 8 hours, 12 hours, and traveling time is there. So physically, even adult population, they are not getting the time to have the physical activity and exercise. The classical symptoms of the diabetes, more than 50% patients are not having any symptoms of the diabetes. While even examination pre-operative examination, while even health checkup examination, while going for the driving license, or in the school or colleges examination, we are having the early diagnosis of the person. But cardinal three major signs, that is the 3P, that is the polyuria, frequency of the urination is increasing, polydipsia, excessive thirst, and excessive hunger. Besides that, the body is going to reduce the weight and patient is having the hunger and more food. These are the all three major cardinal signs. Other than these is a weight loss, extreme fatigue, frequent infection in the even private parts, slow healing of the wounds, tingling and numbness in the hands or feet, and blurry vision. These kind of the symptoms are there, supposed to at least visit the doctor and have the primary phases of the diagnosis. Why should diabetes be treated? Sustained high blood glucose level can cause the damage to the eyes, kidneys, nerves, heart, and blood vessels. What is at present the scenario in the world market? First cause of the blindness in the world is a diabetes, uncontrolled diabetes. Here in India, still it is in the developed country, not even India, I'm telling you, the cataract is the first cause. Almost even kidneys, I'm practicing diabetology, more than even 50 to 60% patients, they are newly diagnosed as a diabetes, they are having early changes of the damage to the kidney, which is showing by the urine for the microalbumin, which is a very simple urine report. Nerves are affected. Here in our scenario and even all over the world, barefooted people are having the pilgrimage. They are going for the darshanas and having the damage to the foot. So after accident, the second cause of the amputation of the limb is the diabetes. Similarly, heart problem, bypass surgery, angioplasty, angiography, peripheral vascular disease is the byproduct of the uncontrolled diabetes. So major three problems. And nowadays, not only this kidney, nowadays the combination of the obesity, that is called the NASH or NAFLD, that is called the non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, which is almost even young population are having. So what is happening? Uncontrolled diabetes is to be at least treated as early as possible. So what is this the scenario in the world market? You can see up to 2018 and 19, China was the second and India was first. Scenario at present in our country, 77 million of the billion of the diabetes patients are there. Then even projection of the 2030 and 2040, you can see that the population is going to have in 40, 134 million patients of the diabetes. Third is the United States. Fourth is the Pakistan, Brazil, Mexico, Indonesia, and most of the people countries are of the developing countries. You can see where the awareness is not there, and this is the future scenario as a India point of view, South Asian countries, and as a global. And even in European countries, diabetes awareness is there. That's why at least prevalence of the diabetes is in some kind even lesser than the developing countries. So as per the expert in India, the scheme is there. As per the expert in the management of the diabetes and aspiration target, 90-90-90 is eminently needed in India. What is happening at present? Hardly any. I told you 50% patients are having the diagnosis, 50% patients are not doing that, not knowing they are having the diabetes. So out of that, 90% of the people with the diabetes at least detected as early as possible as a diabetes. Out of these 90%, those detected, it is to be treated. Here in our country, the population in the villages and the periphery not getting the proper treatment of the diabetes. And out of that, even 90 of those treated with, it is controlled diabetes. Here the scenario I was telling in the number of times, controlled diabetes and uncontrolled diabetes. If the uncontrolled diabetes is there, then definitely people are going to have the lot of problems, lot of complications related to the diabetes. I'm giving you the one example because I was the one of the task force member of government of Gujarat in COVID era. Lot of ICU deaths were there where the uncontrolled diabetes, because patients were treated with the remdesivir and steroid, where the diabetes control was not there and death were occurred due to the COVID scenario. So what is the diagnosis criteria of the diabetes? Fasting sugar, if it is a more than 126, is a diabetes, or postprandial sugar more than 200 is a diagnosis. In between, one way is there, that is called the pre-diabetic. Normal person, the sugar is below 100, that is the fasting blood sugar. If the 101 to 20, 101.25, it is a pre-diabetic. Similarly, postprandial sugar, if it is having the 100 and up to the 40, it is a normal. 140 to 200 is a pre-diabetic. And here the last 90 days the average sugar, that is called the HbA1c. If it is a below 5.7, it is a normal. 5.7 to 6.5 is a pre-diabetic, and more than 6.5 HbA1c, A1c or glycosylated hemoglobin, the three names are there with the one report, it is called the diabetes. And similarly, even any random sugar person is doing and sugar is a more than 200 plus, that is called the diagnosis, and it is to be investigated thoroughly to confirm the diagnosis.
Dr. V.N. Shah.
Yes.
Wonderful. We got a lot of questions here. So if you could stop sharing your screen.
Yeah.
We go into a question time.
Yes, please.
And we have got Dr. Lalit Sodha here. If you could stop your screen share.
Yeah, sure.
And we have got Dr. Amrita, we got Dr. Rajiv. So it's beautiful. You brought in a lot of statistics to us. And one particular point you mentioned was diabetes needs to be treated. So if you could kindly stop your screen share.
I'm sorry, yes.
Maybe let me help you. Yes, there you are. So this is wonderful. So what we would like to do now, first, there is one question from Abdul in Kuwait, who is a local native in Kuwait. He has been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. Can it be reversed, and what are your tips?
First and foremost, if the person is obese, and where the at least claims by the bariatric surgeon, I think so one of our speakers is there today for the bariatric surgery. So bariatric surgery is definitely answer, which was I was supposed to shown in my one of the slides. So type 2 diabetes at least can revert with the bariatric surgery, those who are having the obesity. First, in that case, we are seeing the beta cell function. If the beta cell function is good, then the dietary pattern and weight loss. I'm telling you one example. If the person is losing out of his obesity 5% of his weight loss, then from the pre-diabetic to the non-diabetic person can go for. If the person is having the loss of the 15% of the weight loss, overweight, then person is having the result in mild to moderate diabetes, can at least revert to the non-diabetic or the pre-diabetic level. And these are all the studies which is shown by the International Diabetic Federation.
Thank you, so Abdul. I hope it helped you. Try to lose some weight and change your diet habit, and hey, who knows, you will be normal maybe. Dr. Lalit Sodha, our reporter and a senior anchor at Healing Our Earth, and who visits Ahmedabad regularly. Please say hello to Dr. V.N. Shah, and maybe your first visit was in Zydus, Dr. Lalit Sodha, is that right?
Absolutely. A global namaste to all the Healing Our Earth members today and all the viewers. It's been a pleasant afternoon and a happy Father's Day to all.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Shah, my first visit was at Zydus. I had come down to get a full medical check, and what a wonderful service I got. I had, luckily, the fear was that I might be diabetic or and lots of things were going on. But luckily, I had a clean bill of health. So
congratulations for that. Yes.
Big high five to Zydus Hospital for giving me the good result.
Yeah.
But my question to you would be in relation to diabetes. Yes, we say lose weight, but what other way? I mean, if you can sort of recommend some 5 good foods that people can consume to help reduce diabetes, and one form of exercise that would help them?
Excellent question you have asked for. The treatment of the diabetes, first and foremost, is a food. So food, because you see, we are foodie nowadays. We are consuming a lot of fats in the form of the cheese, butter, oil, or ghee in Indian scenario. So first and foremost, the calorie value wise, we are at least restricting the sugar values. One person is having the sugar like ice cream or sweet, which is costing you as a sugar point of view, calorie value is a 4. But once you are taking the cheese or butter, the calorie value wise, it is a 8. So the calorie is to be reduced in the food. Before taking any food, at least have some kind of the leafy vegetables or the celery or the salad. Then at least avoid unusual refined food, which is having at least privilege in our market. Even rice wise also, don't go for the polished rice or have the raw food or the raw rice. This is the thing. And one can have the fat less or the fat free food in our diet. That is the first statement. Second is the physical activity. Every day, person with the diabetes, there is no vacation for the diabetic patient to have the good control. That is the 365 days. In the cardiology, cardiologists are telling 5 days a week. But in the field of the control of the diabetes, 7 days a week as a physical activity. And person is doing even minimum 150 minutes exercise a week, at least is having the good control of the diabetes. Third, we are having a lot of gadgets to see the control of the diabetes. What is the value of to see the control of the diabetes? The fasting sugar is the 80 to 130. If the person is having, and PP sugar, that is the postprandial sugar, is 80 to 180. If it is there, and A1C report last 90 days sugar is below, then it is a good control of the diabetes. And that is to be. So it is called the now time in range, TIR, and which is observed with the continuous glucose monitoring. That is nowadays available, all the developed countries and here also. And every 15 minutes, person is having the sugar. So every day you can check 60 times your blood sugar level. So automatic, the control of the sugar will there, and we can at least prevent the problem of this. So regular checking of the sugar, then at least to go to your doctor regularly and at least have the primary examination of the feet, primary examination of the kidney. With the I told you in the beginning also, simple one urine report, that is called the urine microalbumin. And if it is a more than 300, which is showing now the person is going to have the kidney problem. So we can diagnose before 4 to 5 years for the kidney damage with the simple urine report. Normal value is 0 to 30, 30 to 300, which is reversible. More than 300 is a question mark for the reversal of the kidney disease. Similarly, diabetic foot program, even eyes examination, fundoscopy, one can at least prevent the blindness in the diabetes. And similarly, neurological examination, and we can have the at least prevention of the paralysis. So we can have the preventive measures with the good control of the diabetes. And if you want to go for the prevention of the diabetes, identify yourself. You are obese, your BMI is more than 23 in the Indian scenario. And in international scenario, if the BMI is more than 25, is called the overweight and obesity. So at least control your weight, do physical activity every day, control your food, control your alcohol consumption, cessation of the smoking, and at least stressless life. You see, nowadays we are having the lot of insomnia patient and stressful life. So this kind of the 4 to 5 changes are there, then we can prevent the diabetes. If the diabetes is there, we can at least control the diabetes. This
Thank
is my
you,
message.
Dr. V.N. Shah. Very precise tips. Control your weight, control your diet, avoid smoking, avoid drinking excessively. Dr. V.N. Shah, I would like to introduce one of our other hosts here, Kirit Mistry, who is part of SAHA, the South Asian Health Action.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Vaishali will look you to him as well because he does a lot of outreaches and activities over here. And then shortly, I'd like to introduce you to a famous doctor here in Harley Street, Dr. Dhanapal Ramaswamy and Dr. Naveen Gupta, who are
Yes.
jointly going to take a session here. So it's nice to meet up. Again, Vaishali will facilitate connection with that, so we can do an outreach with you and Zydus and Harley Street and Dr. Navin Gupta, who is in different countries, as is Dr. Danapal, who is in Singapore and London. Shortly, we will do that. Kirit, say hello to Dr. V.N. Shah and the activities that you do before we move to Dr. Danapal and Dr. Navin Gupta.
Global Namaste, Dr. Shah. Very good
Yes,
presentation and great to meet you as well. I've had the privilege of meeting Dr. Mohan in Chennai. He does some fantastic work around India and also, but one of the questions, the work we do from our NGO here in the UK is we're a patient-led charity. So we support diabetes patients, type 1, type 2 and pre-diabetes. But the biggest challenge we have is we can bring all these experts, we can bring, education, but it's that behavior change that we're struggling with in terms of getting patients to start thinking, and we give them the scary tactics like you've just identified, the complications, but still they decide to take notice when it's too late. So what would be the kind of behavior change message that we need to be giving the listeners?
First and foremost, it's again the good question, because ultimately the behavior changes from our physician side. Doctor is to be convinced first that my patient should be normal. And as a doctor, because all colleagues are there, we are not having enough time to give the patient for the primary education. We are sending our patient to the educator or the dietitian. Once the person, we are spending a few minutes to convince the patient why it is the need of the time to have the good control of the diabetes, what is the behavior changes, why the physical activity is going to help you. Then and then it is going to help. And at least my 90% plus patients are giving the cooperation to me. I am having more than 1 lakh of the patient has present in Indian western side of the, but they are definitely have the good control. They are coming with their glucose monitoring chart. I'm asking first and foremost, where is your chart is showing? So you are first and foremost convinced as a physician point of view. Once you are convinced that the need of the time is there to at least, and particularly in the younger population, once counseling is there, always I'm asking the person with the spouse or the family. Once they are in the chamber, then automatically family care will be there. It is not the person is coming and we are treating the patient. If the family care is there, then the interaction with the family and the behavior changes is definitely going to change. This is my experience I'm telling you and sharing you.
Thank you, Dr. V.N. Shah. Very nicely answered. Kirit, you will be looked up through Vaishali over here. And Dr. Lalit Soda, Kirit Mistry, say hello to Dr. Danapal and Dr. Navin Gupta. Vaishali, if you could introduce Dr. Danapal to us, and we can see what he has got lined up for us. He's very eminent in Harley State. Tell us a bit more about Dr. Danapal, and what did you think of Dr. V.N. Shah, Vaishali?
Oh, first of all, what an insightful presentation, V.N. Shah, sir, that you provided, and what all the figures, facts, and insulin resistance, insulin sensitivity. It was an eye-opener presentation, and thank you so much for putting light on such an important topic today that we have. And at the same time, like I said, I'm going to introduce our Dr. Danapal from Harley Street. And to you, V.N. Shah, sir, and Dr. Danapal is the mentor of Harley Street Healthcare Group, PLC. Dr. Danapal has provided professional patient-focused care to thousands of patients spanning over 5 decades as an experienced specialist in medical emergencies and diabetologist, while working for National Health Services, NHS, Royal Free Trust, and as a medical advisor to several care homes in the United Kingdom. Global Namaste, Dr. Danapal, and welcome to Healing Our Earth. And lovely to have you. Say hello to Dr. V.N. Shah, sir, and over to you.
First of all, can you hear me?
Yeah. You are audible.
Thank you. Thank you so much for getting me on this talk. Dr. Shah, you've done everything about diabetes A to Z. There's nothing for me to talk. You have covered A to Z of diabetes, from epidemiology to the whole lot. First of all, let me wish you a happy Father's Day to all the fathers.
Yes.
And we would-be fathers also. Unfortunately, ladies, there is no Mother's Day or Ladies' Day as yet today. Anyway, thank you for inviting me to the eminent panel. Neil Kumar, thank you for getting me onto this. But I think the substance of the diabetes has been elaborated by Dr. Shah. He's an eminent diabetologist, so I'm not going to delve further. What I would prefer is an interaction with the audience. So rather than being presenting. Nonetheless, let me give you a bit background of diabetes. The world population is 8.1 billion. Can anyone tell me the population of diabetes among this 8.1 billion? Please. The world population is 8.1 billion. How many diabetes are there in the world right at this moment while we are talking?
Dr. Shah would obviously know, but I would hazard a guess that
you as a
Dr. Shah. I mentioned in the WHO slide.
I don't want any answers from Dr. Shah.
Exactly.
I don't want any answers from Dr. Shah. The rest.
But Dr.
Shah will know the figure.
Since he mentioned China, and China has got over 145 million already, and then he said India has got very high, I would guess we are reaching 1 billion, maybe 1 in 8.
Neil, almost. As we sit, there are 415 million diabetes in this world of population of 8.1 billion.
Yes.
Wow.
Tell me, how many of them know they've got diabetes and how many of them know that they do not have diabetes?
Wow.
I'm very sure many don't.
Not Dr. Shah. Not Dr. Shah. Anyone else?
Let's ask Dr. Soda, because he's a chiropractor, but I'm sure he will think logically, or maybe Kirit or Amrita, Dr. Amrita.
I can almost say half of them don't know that they have diabetes. So 50%.
It is a 60-40.
60-40. Wow.
It's about 46%.
Yes.
Of them. Of which the adult population, there is, when you take 415 million of 8 billion, that means more than 5% of the world has got diabetes. More than 5% of the world. But if you take the adult population, the diabetes is more prevalent, 1 in 11. That's more than 10% population. Out of the 10%, 5% are walking around not knowing they got diabetes. That's about 200 million. The population of the United States, US is 330 million. The diabetic population is far greater than the United States. Right? Diabetic population is 415 million. US population 335 as it is today. That is there. In 2040, the diabetic population of the world is going to be 670 million or 700. That population is equivalent to ASEAN. I come from Singapore, born and bred in Singapore. ASEAN, 10 countries. Our population in ASEAN is 670 million. Can you imagine 2040, whole of ASEAN would be diabetic? That's the disease we have got. As I said, as of today, about 220 million are walking around not knowing they got diabetes. So hence the word diabetes is a silent assassin. Diabetes is a loaded gun with 6 bullets with no safety catch. The first bullet will hit you. What is it? Stroke. The second bullet will hit you here. What is it? Heart attack. The third bullet will hit you below, kidney, renal failure, kidney failure, which is common. The fourth bullet for man will hit in the penis, erectile dysfunction. The fifth bullet will hit your foot, amputation. The final bullet will hit the eye, as Dr. Shah said, blindness. That is a scenario that 200 million, 220 million people today are going to have these complications. Why? They do not know they got the disease. So where we are lacking. Diabetes, as you say, it's a metabolic disease, a lifestyle disease, it's insulin-resistant disease. As far as I'm concerned, Dr. Shah said it's not curable. But as far as I'm concerned, with my little bit of knowledge, it is detectable, preventable, reversible. Detectable, very easy. All you need is a blood sugar, especially if you've got a family history. All South Asian, if you've got a family, your father is diabetic, your mother diabetic, go for a blood test, maybe a finger prick or HbA1c. Today, I include HbA1c as a routine test for all my patients, those who come to my clinic. You don't need this a special diabetic test, but I think today things are moving on. Everybody gets HbA1c done, irrespective, of course, if you're 20, 30s in healthcare. So it is detectable, very simple. Or you just walk in and get a finger prick done. It tells you what's your blood sugar, you know the norm, and then you can go and see a GP or whoever it is. So it's detectable. Preventable and reversible. English language, alphabet's got 3 letters, which make one exciting word. I will tell you the first letter is S. Can anyone tell me what the second letter is going to be? E. Now, you guess what the third letter is going to be. Anyone? I've given you S, English language alphabets. From the alphabet, I'm thinking 3 letters that will make an exciting word. I told you S. Second, I told you E. Can anyone guess what's the third letter?
X. X. X.
Wonderful. Who said that? Okay, sex. Abdurrahman. Everybody enjoys sex. I enjoy, you enjoy, animals enjoy it. All this, even plants enjoy it. Pollination, you get lovely flowers coming in. But the S, the sex word is S, stands for stress. When you're stressed out, you become sedentary. What do? You start eating. Stress, when you are stressed out, you come back out to work, sit down on the couch, you start eating potato chips or budgies or whatever, eating. How do you prevent the lifestyle disease of diabetes with stress and eating? Is exercise. The E is silent, exercise. Exercise prevents stress. Exercise cuts down your eating, calorie-wise. Exercise produces an enzyme known as endorphin, which is self-generating and a feel-good factor enzyme into it. So that's as I said, detectable, preventable, and irreversible. It's a metabolic disease, as I said. By the time diabetes is detected, the endothelial cells are done and dusted. They're dead. The damage is caused already. By the time the blood sugar goes up and is damaged. What I tend to do is my practice. If somebody is, there's no such thing as, wait and see, pre-diabetic, post-diabetic. The moment you know some Asiatics comes in, because you have to prevent the diabetes, you can throw metformin is a very old drug, 100 years old drug. It's founded in 1920. Sorry, 1920, it's a 100-year-old drug. And metformin has got multifunctional, Dr. Shawla. One, brings the blood sugar down. Second, there are 20,000 patients being tested for anti-aging and longevity, and also for weight loss. Metformin is weight neutral weight loss itself. So it's a magnificent drug, as old as aspirin, as old as paracetamol, completely safe drug. So no harm starting preventively, as a prevention, apart from the SEX, you throw in a little bit of metformin, and 500 milligram, 1 gram, depending on what it is, basis. So you prevent the endothelial cells getting damaged itself. So that is what it is all about, because I am concerned about the half the population walking around, a time bomb, a silent assassin that is going to damage. Diabetes is a multi-organ disease. Dr. Shah, you know that. You have already explained everything. It's a multi-organ. It doesn't spare any part, not even the skin, fungal infection, not even the nose, not even the throat. The only disease that captures the whole body contour is diabetes. And it's preventable, it's detectable, preventable, irreversible. I have many patients who are on insulin come out, many patients who are on anti-diabetic medications have come out of it. So there, I don't want to go further because Dr. Shah has said A to Z of diabetes. I want interactive questions rather than anything, because it's a lifestyle disease. It's a lifestyle.
Dr. Dhanapal, first of all, whatever you said, it is something that the terminology that you used, it would be directly, appealing to the consumers, actually. People who are laymen, who don't know much about the terminology, the medical language, what we are talking about, blockages and all, but in a very simple layman language, the way that you make our audience understand about the insulin sensitivity, insulin resistance, that's amazing, because it's all about insulin resistance and sensitivity. So if we all know the importance of exercise, healthy lifestyle, and we can always fight, we can combat, we can prevent, and we can treat as well, and we can detect as well. So thank you so much for your wonderful
Vaishali, Vaishali, very well summarized. And Dr. Dhanapal, with Dr. Shah bringing the statistics and presentation, you bringing the sense of humor and succinctly, slowly and deliberately making people understand what a complete scenario we have given. And at this point, the people on social media, they are confused. So between you two, if you could clear this out, both of you say that diabetes type 2 can be reversible, but maybe not curable. What is the difference? Could you explain what is the difference between curable, particularly Olexon in Iceland wants to know, what is the difference between a reversible and not curable? To both of you, we start with you, Dr. Dhanapal, and then we'll go to Dr. VN Shah. Over to you, Dr. Dhanapal.
Yeah, when I say reversible, it's preventable. Preventable means if the parents are, I already said the three things: control your stress, control your eating, even if you don't have diabetes, and exercise, at least 40 minutes to an hour of exercise, and also control your BMI. Today, BMI is not only height and weight, but also fat. Because fat, the three parts of the BMI is your height, your weight, and your fat composition of your body. Try and control all this. As B.N. Shah said, central obesity is a disease today. It is not a symptom, especially visceral central obesity. If you look at all Asians, many of them, they say it's Lord Shiva's or Lord Buddha's stomach, Lord Ganesha's stomach is there. I think Lord Ganesha must have had diabetes, looks like it. You see, the tummy is, that is, and even Lord Buddha must have had diabetes. Even the Chinese gods must have a diabetes, central obesity. So this all are preventable. From day one, you teach your children, obesity is a killer. Obesity is a disease. So you can prevent them. Even your parents have got diabetes. Second thing, even if both parents you are deemed, you can prolong the onset of diabetes. So your quality of life is there. Today, what you want is quality of life. Not to live for 100 years, you'd rather live for 80 and good quality of life. And don't let the event take place in your life. You live for 100 years, no diabetes, no hypertension, no cancer, nothing. Don't take. Once the event takes place, it shortens your life, shortens the quality of life. Right. So, and reversible, once it's sensible, you start. I had so many patients come out of medication because lifestyle, and I said maybe some supplements. Each individual. You see, each individual bespoke person. The 8.1 billion are individuals. You've got to treat each individual according to his capacity. You can reverse it. You have a time, sit down, talk, see what it is, change your lifestyle, change a bit, and you can reverse it. And preventable, reversible.
Thank you,
Does
Dr.
that make sense? If you need further, give me a call, because this is a panel discussion. We can always have a chat on the basis over maybe a beer.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanapal. So basically what you are saying is do see your physician and do take advice. Don't leave it too late. Dr. VN Shah, I think Dr. Dhanapal has succinctly described.
Similar my comment, because you see reversible, we are reverting, but the diet and exercise is the treatment. So it is to be continue as a treatment, even metformin. Once it is continue, then it is because we are not curing the problem. It is a reversal. Once you are breaking your diet, you are increasing your weight, then it is going to reoccur. So ultimately prevention is there, but diet and exercise is always as a part of the treatment, and don't lose it. Second thing, at least control yourself as a physical activity. And always I am giving a few messages to the society for the even recurrence also. That is my message is the fast food will kill you fast. At least avoid unusual fast food pattern in your meal. Second is eat less and walk more. Eat less means at least calorie point of view, at least restrict yourself. Then third is the greater the waistline, shorter the lifeline. Always in Indian scenario, we are telling the sina choda hona chahiye, pet nahi. And even after 30s, we are having the all tummies are greater than the chest. So that is also going to cause, and at least control your waist size, which is going to help you as a problem boy. So say yes to exercise and no to the diabetes. If you carry a message, so it is a clear message to the society.
Sir, I am interrupting, but the one point that you mentioned just now, it was, first of all, thank you so much. It was excellent message that you all are providing right now on this platform. And the one point that you mentioned about metformin, I would like to mention that when I was in India, one of my colleague, one of my friend, she said that when I used to be very, like I was regimented, that time I was very, very, you know, like active I used to be very regimented in terms of weight training and protein fiber. I used to have only protein fiber in my dinner, and carb loading time internationally. We all know that before 12 o'clock, metabolism is always highest. So it's good to have a good carbs before 12 o'clock in the morning. So anyways, so my colleague used to say that when I used to say no to junk food, when they order something, samosa or something, I said, no, I'm on diet. I don't want to have it. I would rather go for a good fiber. And she said, oh, person like you deprive on food, but see, I have metformin. I don't have to deprive on food and still see I'm not gaining weight. And so can you put some light on people who absolutely unaware about the importance of diet and workout, and they are, I would call them lazy, because I feel that lazy people don't want to work out and they just want to rely on metformin. So can you please put some light on that, please, Vaishali sir? Over to you.
You have rightly mentioned, metformin is not the all disease the remedies. Definitely, even in the PCOD, I mentioned in the beginning also, the metformin role is there. I think so, and it was mentioned by Dr. Dhanapar also. Metformin is since last so many at least years which is available. But I'm telling you, once you are taking the salt and ghee and cheese and butter, and you are taking the medicine for the blood pressure also, is it the way to? So ultimately, we are supposed to respect the disease. Once you are having the diabetes, respect the diabetes. If it is ignoring, then it is going to cause you the problem. And that is a complication of the diabetes. And which is mentioned by Dr. Dayapar. It is even without hair and nails, other than all the organs are going to be damaged by the uncontrolled diabetes. So metformin is the prevention for the diabetes is there. Second one more molecule is the acarbose, that is a glucobase. Is the second, which is declared by the WHO and International Diabetic Federation for the prevention of the diabetes. That doesn't mean that you are not going to have it. So again, respect the disease, respect the food, do the regular physical activity. It is not the option of the physical activity or the dietary green signal. You can at least have anything with the metformin medicine. It is something wrong message to the society. And this is myth also, I'm telling you.
Thank you, Dr. VL.
Can I come in? See,
yes, please.
Answer. Metformin is not a panacea. It's also used for polycystic, ovaries.
Ovarian disease, yes.
Females, you know that. You see, it's a treatment. Doesn't mean that you got to eat everything. Boom. Now today we got Bijobi injection for weight loss. We got Manjora for weight loss. We got Ozempic for weight loss. Injectable. Once a week you inject. My patients 10% of they lose weight within 12 weeks. Injectable. But that doesn't mean that you that only temporary. Your lifestyle, it's a lifestyle disease. As I said, stress, control your stress, and exercise. If it goes beyond this, then because certain people, you can't blame the hereditary only. Let me tell you something simple. Why do you give insulin? You eat, blood sugar goes up, boom, you give injection, insulin. But if you don't eat, blood sugar doesn't go up. You reduce the insulin. You reduce the intake, you reduce the insulin. Insulin makes you put on weight again. You see, Insulin is weight positive. Metformin is weight negative. So common sense tell you, I keep on eating, then I put on insulin. Boom, bring your intake, cut your insulin, reversible. You understand? You can take it. Many of my patients have come out of insulin itself. You see, but type 1 is different. We're not talking type 1, we're talking type 2 disease. Am I right, Dr. Shah? We're only talking about type 2.
Fully agree. Because that's why I'm trying to respect the disease.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you. Olexon in Iceland, I hope it helps you. Basically, reversing it is a mild form of curing. So reverse your type 2 diabetes, exercise, eat less. Dr. Dhanapal has very clearly said, if you don't consume too much, then you will not produce too much insulin. If you don't produce too much insulin, then you don't have to take the medicine and it would help you. Now, let's go and we need to introduce Dr. Naveen Gupta as well. Vaishali, introduce Dr. Naveen Gupta. People are enjoying this chit chat, so let's keep on chit chatting. And Amrita, you've also got a question. We also like to introduce Dr. Rajiv Gupta, our health episode lead here. He's also done a research and he's from NHS doctor. Vaishali, can you introduce Dr. Naveen Gupta first? We will say hello to Dr. Rajiv Gupta. Over to you, Vaishali.
Sure. Global Namaste, Dr. Naveen Gupta, and welcome to Healing Our Earth platform. And first of all, before we go ahead, I would like to quickly introduce you and let the world know that your credentials and what you are doing here on Harley Street. So Dr. Naveen Gupta has been practicing Ayurveda for 4 decades, out of which the first 2 decades he practiced in Delhi, India, and the last 2 decades in Europe, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom. Dr. Gupta is one of the very highly specialized Vaidya in pulse examination, herbology, and Marma Bindu, the vital point in human physiology and Panchakarma. He has a deep interest in a whole range of Vedic healing arts, sciences, and technologies for achieving the highest quality of health and consciousness. Dr. Naveen Gupta, welcome to our platform. And we know this is not just, this is a very small introduction, and your credentials, your area, whatever you have done in your career, it's tremendous. So over to you, Naveen Gupta, and yes, please go ahead.
Global Namaste to everyone, and Dr. Shah, Dr. Dhanapal, my colleague, and Kirit, and Dr. Rajiv Gupta, and Amrita, and one and only Neil Kumar. You see, I thought that what I'm going to speak when such stalwarts are there, and Dr. V.N. Shah, he himself, he's a stalwart in India, and Dr. Dhanapal is stalwart in diabetology in UK. So what I'm going to do here, if I'm talking the Ayurvedic language, which 90% of the people will not understand. So because everybody understands the modern medical language today, it's a pity, and but somehow it is like that. So if I'm going to speak the Ayurvedic language, then even the Ayurvedic doctors are also speaking nowadays the modern language. So then I thought that what should I do? Then I started thinking about it, and I prepared some poem and poetry. And this poetry starts like this, that a conversation between a diabetic patient and diabetes as disease, as a medical condition. Both are talking to each other. A diabetic patient is talking to diabetic medical condition. And this is how you will understand how I'm approaching to Ayurveda and to my topic. And this conversation, the patient says, "Oh, diabetes, I cannot take it anymore. I feel every day like a war. No more, please. You destroyed everything. You have ruined my life. Can you feel the pain? No, you can't, because you are the cause of the pain. I heard about Ayurveda, and Ayurveda can remove the cause of the pain. Then it comes to diabetes. Diabetes replies, diabetes as the medical condition replies, says, Tathastu. That's a Sanskrit word, but I translate it for the English audience here. That means, so be it. Diabetes says further, at the outset, know the cause and promise yourself you will do your best to avoid the causes which has given you the pain, and as per your words, I have ruined your life. So the first cause, I will say in little bit in Sanskrit, then I will translate it. Asya Sukham. That is the first cause of diabetes, which I'm reading for all the audience here, which is 6,500 years old. And the medicine which we know today has a history of 1,000 years. That means 5,500 years, some kind of medicine was practicing and people were getting ill at that time. So then the rishis and maharishis, what they were saying about it as a cause, Asya Sukham. You love your sofa, idle sitting. That is called Asya Sukham. That's the first cause. Second, Swapan Sukham. That means you love your bed, excessive sleep. Third is Dadhini, excess use of yogurt or curd in our diet. That's the third cause. The fourth, Gramya Udak Anup Rasa, excessive drinking of soup of domestic, aquatic, and marshy animals. Fifth, Nava Annapanam. I know that Dr. Shah was discussing about food and he was mentioning about the brown rice or complete rice. We say riz-complet, means in French we say that complete rice. And Nava Annapanam. It's the biggest cause in Ayurveda, which we know, and I know it so well because my grandmother used to store the grains for long time before we had it in flour. So Nava Annapanam means excessive combination of new cereals and drinks prepared from that. Newly cultivated carbs as cereals or pulses should not be used because that's the cause. Fifth, Kapha Vardak Ahara, Evam Vihara Sevan. Kapha Vardak means, here many people will not know what I'm talking about because Ayurveda is based on three biological energies or three biological forces. Like you know that sun, moon, and wind, they carry the whole universe. Every single function of the whole universe is carried upon by the sun, moon, and wind. The sun in our human physiology represents as Pitta. The moon represents as Kapha. And the wind represents as Vata. So here I'm talking about the diet which increases the Kapha. And that is and the lifestyle, both. All other kapha promoting regimens, diet, and activities that increase kapha, like desserts on your plate, excessive intake of sweet, sour, sticky, oily, cold, fermented food, and overeating. Excessive consumption of red meat, jaggery, liquid diet, yogurt, saturated fatty soups, etc. The seventh cause, avayayam. Whenever we use in Sanskrit besides a letter as a prefix, that means opposite to that. So not doing the exercises, avayayam. Abstaining from physical exercises, like sitting jobs today on computers. Irregular sleeping habits includes timing like sleeping during daytime and incorrect posture on uneven mattress, lack of workout, of exercise, and laziness. The eighth cause, which I do not know the allopathy world knows that or not, because they will not correlate it to they will not correlate the body with the mind or with the soul. I don't know that. If somebody has done research on that, the eighth cause is the anger. Anger is one of the cause for diabetes. Whenever you are angry, if I keep on saying about Bhagavad Gita shloka on anger, you'll be surprised that what anger can do with you, with your human physiology. It can turn, anger can turn anything which is physiological activity in the body into the pathological. So anger is the cause. Next, ninth, Ratri Jagran evam Diva Swapanam. If you sleep at daytime and awaken during nighttime. Of course, there are some exceptions about children, about the pregnant ladies, about the geriatric, about the old age. There are the exceptions. They can do that. But the young people, they should not sleep in daytime and they should not awake at the nighttime. 10th, shock. Shoka, not shock, S-H-O-C-K, I'm not using the word. So I'm using the Hindi word, which is called shok, that means sorrows. Like I said, angers is the cause of diabetes. Sorrows are also the cause of the diabetes. So this is how we train our patient, as Kirit Mistry rightly said, that we educate people. So I educate people what Dr. Shah has said, what Dr. Dhanapal has said. I educate people all this, what they said. But I educate deeply into simple, not about all the things which are mentioned everywhere and everyone knows that. Also to avoid all kind of sorrows and anger as much as possible. And then, and the result is, I mean, that can be abstained only when you love and live and let live formula. Anyway, the 10th, the 11th is alasya, lassitude. And the 12th one, good vyakratam, excessive consumption of diverse type of sugars. So these are the diabetes saying that, and the patient says now, the patient says to diabetes, oh diabetes, I admit I did all these. Now I say to you, goodbye. Please stay away from me. I come back to nature. I come back to Ayurveda. And I'm not going to do all this from today. And I promise to myself, I'll follow Ayurveda in letter and spirit. This is the patient is saying to diabetes. So now I little bit prepared some text, which I have to read again. The evidence for use of Ayurveda to effectively treat diabetes mellitus is limited. Nevertheless, there are several reports of glucose lowering effects and use of some herbal and spices mixtures, including single herbs and some of the complex polyherbal formulations. I've also developed some formulation to address diabetes, some of the diabetic conditions and complications arising from it in the Netherlands. And they're already registered. And I have been practicing for 29 years in Belgium, Germany, and Switzerland. And many of my patients are diabetic. So I should not say more than 25% patient will be diabetic in one or the other way. During a client's first visit, my protocol is to first identify any or all weaknesses and disbalances I detect by pulse examination and by talking to. Because in Ayurveda we say, darshan, sparshan, prashan. You physically examine the patient, that is darshan. Prashan, you question, and then you talk to the, and you come to some conclusion. Darshan, and then sparshan. Sparsh is, in my sparshan will be the pulse examination in this case. So this is how we detect and then diagnosing the marma bindus. I'm going to tell a little bit about marma bindu, how you can influence your pancreas by some simple tips of marma exercises, which you might correlate as acupressure or acupressure, but unfortunately, it is unfortunate that people will correlate with that, but it's not that. Marma knowledge is thousands of years ago, then the acupressure came into the existence. So we are talking about the original marma points. So this is what I do in first point, and some questions and observation. And if need be, examining the urine, like Dr. Dhanapal said, Dr. Shah said, we examine the urine for microalbuminuria. And sometimes you see heavy proteinuria, then you diagnose a patient of CKD. And then because of that, because from that CKD, we calculate the estimated GFR and we come to the stage that stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, to the end stage renal disease. This is how it's calculated. But in Ayurveda, I do a tel bindu pariksha. That means we take the patient's urine in a wide mouth bottle and I drop one oil drop on the surface of the urine. And how the oil drop behaves on the surface of the urine in the pot, it is spreading or it is going down and it is splitting into many, many droplets. It gives me a diagnostic background and it's a full knowledge. So I will not be able to share it here at this platform. But then I call it tail bindu pariksha, means dropping out of oil drop over the surface of the urine. As I said, then I do pulse examination. Then based on my findings, where those weaknesses are directly connected to the actual condition or not, I treat them first by prescribing a program of herbs and teas to address those imbalances. On the second visit, which usually I take after a week or so, then we discuss all aspects of do's and don'ts about diet, lifestyle, and in so doing, we'll usually identify some mistakes patients are doing. This is how I call again, Kiritji, that we do so good follow-up. And follow-up is not just about the HbA1c after 90 days. It is. I'm not saying, that's why I use the word just about. So we do all the tests. That is mandatory. That is beautiful that we do that. But more than that, we talk to the patient to know what mistakes the patient are doing. And then through that mistake, we come to know now this is the diet and this is the picture of the HbA1c or the blood glucose level, fasting or postprandial, whatever it is. So in that case, this is how we come to know what, and then we can advise the patient about the breakfast, lunch or dinner, especially in that sense, which will help the patient.
So Navinji, excellent. And the way that you shared about Ayurveda, Panchakarma, Vata, Pitta and Kapha Prakriti, and it's all about understanding your own Prakriti, and the way that you said, it is so amazing that our audience would be able to get benefited about after your presentation. And what an excellent knowledge you are having about Ayurveda. And let's see, on that note, our Himanshu Mehta, say hello to Himanshu Mehta. Himanshu Mehta ji, our yoga expert, and his book is a famous book, and which we all know that Himanshu ji, welcome to Healing Our Earth. Sorry, I forgot the name about your book. Yoga.
Global Namaste, everyone. Global Namaste ji. Yeah,
nice making you, Himanshu. Global Namaste to you there in Mumbai. The making of a yogi. You're a very good a writer as well. Shortly, we'll show you a video, and then Kirit, we will be ready for Dionne in Mexico as well. And so we keep it ready, and we're going to go to Mexico live with our next expert. And Amrita, I want you to chit chat and ask a couple of questions to Dr. Navin Gupta in a moment. But Himanshu was on the beach, and he actually met somebody over there. Let's see if we can play that. And we just ask a question in a moment. So here we go.
Good morning, everyone. 6 weeks ago, I have done my full body checkup, and my cholesterol level was high. Okay. Creatine level was high. Okay. And my blood sugar was 310. Okay. And this Monday, I have done my reports. Today is my 4th session, and my blood sugar is 150. Wow. Creatine 115. Yeah, 115. Great. Creatine level is much below diabetes. Yeah. And cholesterol is also below normal. Wow. Very good. So, thanks to JP sir. Thanks. So you think it's because of your yoga activity and other? Yes, yeah. So all the positivity. All great. So we call it the magic of Surya Namaskar. Yes. So you are already now making of a yogi. Great. Lovely. Thank you.
So I think what Himanshu is referring there, what Dr. V.N. Shah and Dr. Dhanapal, they all mentioned that if you exercise, you can almost reverse. So Himanshu, that was a good point. And how is the person now at the moment?
Oh yeah, his diabetes is almost gone, I would say, because 115 is nothing comparatively. And I hope I'm audible, right?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So he's been regularly coming now for our Surya Namaskar and yoga sessions, and he's very much thankful to all of us that he could reverse it, and he's daily practicing diabetes. I mean Surya Namaskar now, so that's working a lot. And I had one question for Dr. Naveen Gupta. Yeah. To what extent Kavasya helps in curing the diabetes? Because I've been distributing Kavasya to people as a philanthropy, because most of the people you find in India having diabetes, I think 1 in 3 probably.
I don't understand what is Kavasya.
Kavasya, that's the bark of the tree, which you just dip in the water and take the water in the morning. The water is very bitter. So I've seen personally my father experience his diabetes dropped from 450 to 200 in just 1 month.
Actually, you're talking in a dialect language. Maybe you're talking in Gujarati language, which I don't know. But it's Kavasya. Perhaps you're referring to a tree which is called Vijay Sar. Which is called Vijay.
Yes.
Yes, perhaps you're talking about that, because when you talk about the wood, so what we do, we take the bark of the wood and we can dip it in water overnight, and then we can sip this water, and it's a blood lowering sugar herb, which is very well known. And even to the extent that I'm the first one in Netherlands, I produced a Vijay Sar, the same bark, I produced a glass, a wooden glass. And wooden glass from Vijay Sar, wooden glass from Jamun, Caesium. So 2 wooden glasses I produced, and then after 3-4 months, you have to little bit scratch from inside. Then you can use this glass for a couple of years, and this is exactly what you said, that it reduces the blood sugar. Yes, you're right.
Yes, very true.
So, yes. You are doing a good job there on Mumbai Beach as well. And anybody listening, you can join there every Saturday morning, which is very good. Himanshu, stay on. We'll come back to you. Dr. Naveen Gupta, say hello to 2 more people which are going to join. We are going to go to Mexico now to Dionne, Eleanor. Amrita, you had a question for Dr. Naveen Shah, so Dr. Naveen Gupta, so please go ahead. You are from Saint Fraternity.
Global Namaste, everyone. Well, I had a couple of questions for everyone in the panel, from all the guests actually as well. And I wanted to know about, so my question is open to Dr. Naveen Gupta as well as Dr. Dhanapal as well, and all the experts. What is your take on the foods that are available with Diet Coke and ice creams that are for especially diabetic people? Let's say without sugar, no sugars, no sugars. So I wanted to know about the take. What's your take on consuming? Because people, instead of going for, okay, so that particular sentence of few words on the brand gives a big satisfaction to a lot of people, that okay, if I consume this thing, it's fine, so let me have a lot of it. So what's the take on that?
So I will take only Diet Coke and Zero Coke or whatever it is, and then Dr. Dhanapal will speak more about it. So for me, Diet Coke and Zero Coke is more dangerous than the Coke. Dr. Dhanapal, please take over.
Kindly unmute, Dr. Dhanapal. You're requested to unmute, please.
Oh, sorry. I was also, I'm sorry, I was also on mute. So, but I was also on mute. So, sir, I will speak 1 minute.
No, can you hear me now?
Dr. Naveen Gupta, we heard you. You were not on mute.
Okay.
Can you
Yes,
hear me
Dr.
now?
Dhanapal, we can
hear
you.
I think that's a very valid and sensible question. I personally do not believe in dieting. All my patients, the philosophy, I'm a bit control. The philosophy of breakfast, lunch, and dinner is out of the window. You eat if you're hungry. And there's no such in diabetic food or non-diabetic food itself. As Gupta said, as Naveen said, the Zero Coke and processed food are more dangerous than anything. You go to the foods have got glycemic index. You've got to go by the glycemic index of the food rather than the caloric value of the food itself. So the whole world paradigm shift has to be taken place. Like I just heard Dr. Gupta saying that diabetes has been there for thousands of years. So the paradigm shift has to take place. We are in fast food market. We are in pharmaceutical market. I'm an allopathic doctor, don't forget. See, these are the two biggest industries in the world. Fast food, trans fats, processed food. Processed food is the biggest killer rather than anything else itself. And you don't have, as Gupta says, zero Coke, Diet Coke, or worse. And like, for example, milk, full cream milk is far better than skim milk and semi-skim milk. That is the paradigm shift will has to take place. Slowly, paradigm shift takes place on this basis. So that we come, as I said, diabetes detectable, preventable and reversible. Right. So
and Dr. Dan, you made a very succinct, clear point. Listen to your body. It is designed by God. When you are hungry, it will point to you. Don't follow the norm that you must eat and you must consume and everything. Listen to your body. So that's a very good point that you brought in. We got Satyavan here in, I think he's in London. He has got a question maybe. Satyavanji, please unmute yourself and pose your question. Over to you.
Hello, everybody, and good afternoon.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
My name is Satyavan Kotecha from Coventry, Midland, United Kingdom. I'm age of 86, and I'm diabetic type 2. And I love my sweet dishes, but I don't know. Dr. Dhanapal, can you tell me how to get it? I'm knocking myself, but I can't control my sugar. I don't take sugar in the tea or cereal, but then again, I still love my sweet dishes. What should I do? I love my glass of orange juice in the morning, and somebody is telling me there's a sugar in orange juice as well. So can you advise me what should I do?
First of all, let me compliment you, sir. You look pretty young for your age. But I wish I could be that your age and have the same thing.
86, my friend.
Yeah. As I said, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, please.
As I said, as Neil said, your body is your God. Listen to your body.
Yeah.
And you compromise. If you need a globe jan, take the globe jan at the time. Right? But cut down the other things which you don't. As I said, you eat when you want to. If you feel like having, what's your blood sugar level? If I'm not personal, you're diabetic, 80, you said 86, did you say?
86, yes.
Wonderful, done extremely well. Enjoy life.
Yeah.
Eat whatever you want to, as long as you burn it in a different proper way. Do not go around and say, I don't want to eat this, I don't want to eat this, I don't want to eat this. I'll give an example. I tell my patients, when you don't need food when on your own. Food should be enjoyed with pleasure, like alcohol. Everything is with pleasure. So if you can equate mindset to change, okay, I eat with my friends with that. On my own, I don't need it. Your body is going down. You won't die. All we need is about 800 calories to live, breathe, and all that. Yogis do that. They take a glass of milk and takes it down. So we are no different. So this is why I said you can cut down on other things, but enjoy whatever you want to. Life is a balance. Enjoy life. No point being puritanical. I don't eat this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. And then not worth living, isn't it? The pleasures of life.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanapal. Satyavanji, what Dr. Dhanapal is saying, you had a very good innings. And over the next, you only got 14 years left for century. Enjoy yourself. Don't overeat too many of your mithais and your sweet dishes. Keep on walking. Do your exercise. You're looking good for your age. Your innings is going very well. We wish you all the best. And century is coming soon in 14 years. Let's go to Kirit. Kirit, let's go to Mexico and we leave the India and United Kingdom and we go to Mexico with Dionne over there and maybe welcome her with como esta or hola or something. Kirit, please introduce Dionne to us, please.
Okay, Global Namaste, Dionne. Dionne's actually from the UK. She's actually from originally from Birmingham, but now doing a lot of work in Mexico and around the world as well. So it was great to meet Dionne. Last year I met her, and her story is, in terms of diabetes, I'll let her tell the story, but she's set up she's a motivational speaker, she's a coach, a nutritionist coach, but also she's got some powerful messages around, I think, yoga, meditation as well. So there's a combination of expertise that Dionne's bringing. So Dionne, without further ado, I'll let you welcome you to Global Healing Our Earth, and over to you.
And Kirit, while Dionne comes on, we've also got Dr. Raj Khan, who's going to follow Dionne. So global namaste to you, Dr. Raj, as well, and stay around because you're after Dionne, and we carry on with our chit chats. Dionne, hola, or ¿cómo está?
Hola, hello. Yes, I almost studied Spanish then. My name is Dionne. I am originally born in the UK. I've been based in Mexico for the last around 4 years. And Mexico is really interesting. It's the leading country, somebody told me very proudly yesterday, for diabetes. So we have a huge diabetic problem here, which I did know about when I came. And it's very interesting. I'll go more into that. So to introduce myself, my name is Dionne Eleanor. I work a lot in the theme of leadership empowerment and relationship mastery. And with that being a part of health, I'm the founder of the Body Sage Method. So helping people to really become aware of their bodies, what's going on in their bodies, and achieve their goals, whether they're health goals or personal goals, despite the adversity that they've experienced in their life. And I came over to Mexico really as part of my own personal story to deal with and care for my own health. In terms of diabetes, diabetes has run quite rampant in my family for several years. My father passed away just after his 50th birthday from a diabetic heart attack. His mother passed away at 54 from diabetes. She had her leg amputated. Pretty much almost every member of my family growing up had diabetes. So it would have been very easy for me to grow up with the mindset of, well, I'm going to get diabetes. But something in me was different, and I decided that was not going to be my path. I did spend a lot of time as a younger person obese, overweight. At my heaviest, I was 23 stone. And I went on a journey to lose that weight naturally and educate myself on the theme of nutrition, of movement, and everything like that. And I have a very big interest in terms of the way that our past has shaped the way that we make our decisions now. I'm really, really passionate about supporting the topic of diabetes, and that's why I said yes. Even now I have a friend that's just flown from Mexico. She's originally from New York. Her family's in Puerto Rico, and she's flown over now back home to be with her mom because her mom is in hospice because of diabetes. And so it's something that I've grown up around, and I've been very interested in what's the difference between somebody that has type 2 diabetes, especially type 1 is a very different situation, but type 2 and seems to have a very sort of happy, balanced life, maybe a healthier body weight, versus somebody that is really struggling and passing away very young, really, because 50, 54 isn't old at all. And listening to some of the people that have spoken already, some of the doctors that have spoken already, there's a lot of things that I can echo. Things like the liver metaphysically is the seat of anger. That's something that I learned a long time ago. We've got repressed anger a lot of the time. Some of that anger is not necessarily our own, and we don't even realize that. We've got also the way that we look at our lives, the routine that we have in our lives. So I'm going to talk today about the impact of emotional stress on our nutritional choices and relationship dynamics. And the reason why I'm also bringing in relationships and why I went into working a lot with relationships in the first place is because we live in relationship. So if we have diabetes and we're in a family, a lot of the time when we have diabetes, we're at an age where we are part of a family or part of a working environment. And so we can't just heal ourselves in isolation and not engage with people and know how to engage with people to continue to support our health. And so it's really important to look at our health from the perspective of ourselves and our own inner world, and what I call sort of internal boundaries and internal rules that we live by, and also the external, how we operate with the people around us so that we can continue to get what we want, which is, you know, a healthy body and a healthy mind. So thank you for giving me the time. And of course, if anyone's got any questions, you can let me know. So first of all, you know, I want to talk about how stress affects our nutritional choices. And I'm going to keep it very simple so that everybody listening can understand. So when we're under stress, our bodies respond by releasing hormones. And one of the hormones that a lot of us might have heard about is cortisol. This is our stress hormone. Our body is going into a fight or flight or freeze response. So this is a response to dealing with something that is stressful. It is ancestral, it is wired into our body. Now, what happens when it comes to nutrition, it increases our appetite and our cravings for high fat, high sugar foods. And this response dates back thousands of years, because at that time when we were releasing these hormones, there was a purpose for us to want high fat, high sugar foods. These foods are calorie dense. They give us energy to run, to chase, to go for things. Now, unfortunately, these days we're not doing that, right? We're sitting a lot, maybe at least 8 hours in our jobs. We might do a quick little walk or cross train or whatever we do to move our bodies for 30 minutes to 1 hour. And then we then sit and watch TV, and then we lay down. So we're quite sedentary. Even if we go to the gym every day, we can be considered quite sedentary. There's a lot of things that are affecting our nutritional choices now when it comes to stress. The fact that there's a lot of subliminal messages, there's a lot of, if you look at the way that the supermarket's designed, you know, being born in the UK, I go back, my family's still there. And I noticed that, you know, by the checkouts, when you are about to leave, when you maybe be shopping with kids and they're stressing you out with something that they're doing, there's all of these candy bars and all of these things with packaging that is very enticing, that makes it just harder to make the right choices. So it's really important to understand that we are not robots, that a lot of the time when we are eating foods that we don't want to eat, or we know that we shouldn't eat, it's because of something's happening in our nervous system, and it's a stress response. Now, sometimes stress, some people, is a little bit like anger. A lot of people see it on an extreme. Well, stress is actually on a scale. And a lot of the time I realize that I work a lot with retreats and one-on-ones, and people don't actually realize that what they're dealing with is a stress response until they suddenly don't feel stressed. And so it can be, you know, a very undertone thing. When I talk about it being ancestral, there is the concept of epigenetics. So yes, we have the gene, you know, we may have the gene of diabetes, but it's expressed based on our habits and based on the environment we choose to create to live in. So just because our parents and ancestors had diabetes doesn't mean that we will get it. We will get it if we behave in a similar way that they behaved and we eat in a similar way. And so, you know, in the context of especially Asian, and my heritage is mixed with Caribbean, and there is some Indian in the background, food is it's a very emotional tool that we use in our life. It's used for celebrations, it's used to show love, and it's used to deal with stress. A lot of the time, we use food as a coping mechanism for something that's happening in our lives, whether we're meeting somebody, whether somebody's coming to our home. You know, it's a very important thing that we have involved in our daily lives. And there can be a lot of offense if you don't eat certain foods made by certain elder family members. So again, just reminding everybody that it's not necessarily your fault that you have diabetes, but it's your responsibility to deal with it and not pass the habits on to future generations. You know, for people with diabetes, you know, dietary habits are really harmful. You know, just by putting something in your mouth, you can end up in a hospital or in a very poor space. So we really want to look at how we are responding to the food choices we decide to make, and also what is stressing us out. So in terms of stress and the nervous system, we have what is known as the parasympathetic nervous system and the sympathetic nervous system. The parasympathetic nervous system is the one that puts us on alert, where we are going to respond and react. And in the nature of the world that we live in, a lot of us are living dominantly in that sympathetic nervous system. And especially for women that are over a certain age of menopause, there usually is, if we look at their hormones, there usually is a dominance in that area as well, which I won't go into today. Some of the doctors might talk about, but women, we have a hormonal profile that goes over a certain amount of days in a month and makes this whole diabetes talk a lot more complicated. And so with the sympathetic nervous system, right? So if you think about it, when you wake up and you've got something on your mind for work and you feel an intensity in your chest, your sympathetic nervous system is probably activated. Or if you see a message on your phone and you feel that you don't know the answer, or you know, like just something stresses you out. This is putting you into that response. Now, the key is to move into the parasympathetic nervous system to activate this, to counterbalance that. When the sympathetic system is activated, you're releasing the cortisol, you're releasing the stress hormone. This is making you crave certain foods, and this is making you release hormones that effectively make you store body fat and make it difficult to regulate your blood sugar because you become more insulin resistant. When you activate the parasympathetic nervous system, which is the relaxing system, the one where you feel calm, it's creating almost like a balancing scale. So it's leveling everything out and helping your hormones to balance in simple terms. So now let's consider I'm going over, but we're going to go deeper into both of these in a second in terms of what you can do about this. But the impact of stress on relationships and how this ties into relationships. So how I mentioned before, everything we do is in relationship. So if you are a mother or a father and you have diabetes and you need to cook a meal, there's this whole internal dialogue of what do you cook that pleases my partner, that pleases my children, that pleases myself and my body. We really need to get good at effective communication, understanding what we need, and asking for what we need and finding the balance. So something that I've practiced quite a few times is going out with friends who want to go out for food at a time that doesn't make sense for my body and for my own diabetes preventive lifestyle, and not eating. Because as one of the doctors just mentioned, I wasn't hungry. It was after sunset. There was no point in me eating so close to bed when I was not going to use that energy. So what I've realized in that practice of, I would call it a food-based relationship practice, is that a lot of us have an addiction to food. And addiction is a word that we use with smoking, with alcohol, with gaming, with gambling. But if we really look deep to what I think a lot of the challenge that people really have with diabetes and in general in the world, it is an addiction to food, and coupled with an inability to know how to relate to one another and an inability to know how to manage our stress. You know, the way that it shows up in relationships is that we feel like our other people have different health priorities, and then we don't really know how to say what we need, and so we just kind of go with it. We people please. Or maybe there's financial stress at home. So again, we don't really say that we need to eat vegetables or we need to have less carbohydrates and grains, because we don't want there to be arguments about money, and we don't really know how to ask for what we want and how to conceptualize a better plan. And so we're living in a place of avoidance. And so we really want to look at, especially when it comes to diabetes, we want to look at taking radical responsibility. So the first step to managing, I would say, diabetes in the context of nutritional choices and relationship dynamics is awareness. So if you're aware that you are acting inappropriately, that there's some type of problem dynamic in the way that you're living your life right now, that is great, and you should celebrate that, because a lot of people live sleepwalking. They are not aware of what's going on, and they're suffering. So awareness is the first step. And then it's a case of making a decision. You have to make a decision. Now, something that I learned in my own journey is after that decision, there is no motivation. And there is kind of also almost no discipline, because I remember going on this journey of like, I'm going to be disciplined and I'm going to learn discipline. And this is where people really suffer, because they don't realize this. We are not wired to be motivated. We're not wired to change. We're wired to be comfortable and make things easier for ourselves. So with that understanding and with that awareness, what can we do? Well, we need to create systems in our life that make things easier for us to manage our health. We need to create some automation of those systems. That's why, everybody's loving AI, because it's bringing in something automatic and something easier. We love what's easy. So let's work with that. Let's make things easier by creating systems in our life. We make those systems by making a plan. So we need to spend a little bit of time. It's a bit like cooking a meal. The long work is chopping all the ingredients, buying them from the store, and then the actual cooking. Well, if it's Indian food, it can still take long because we leave the onions a long time, but the actual cooking is relatively quick compared to the preparation. So then we automate those boundaries, and we want accountability and support. Accountability is somebody that says, hey, you told me this was your goal and you're not doing it. So my recommendation for accountability is not your partner. If you're married, it's somebody that there's enough emotional closeness to, but also a little bit of distance. So accountability could be a coach. It could be a doctor. It's usually quite good to have it as somebody that is a good friend, that you feel that you trust, but maybe they don't live in the same home. And then support. I'm a big fan of integrative functional medicine. So what that means is allopathic medicine. If you've got diabetes, you do need to use the support that you've got there and listen to your doctor. They're the ones that are running the tests. They're the ones that are analyzing things. But you can be responsible by having a naturopathic attitude to your life and integrating natural health principles as a preventative to making things worse. So then you're working in relationship with your doctor rather than putting the responsibility on the doctor, which is what I see a lot of people doing. They get diabetes and then it's like they just live their days every day normal. And they're really putting a lot of pressure on this one human, that's got a lot of other humans to support. Now, granted, there's a lot of conflicting information online, but we live in a time where there is a lot of good information online. And through the support of your doctor, through the support of somebody skilled in accountability, they can direct you to sources online that can give you more information. You can start treating your health as a life category that's just as important as making money for your job, right? So you can research it, become a master at your own body and health. And so to go back a little bit more to my personal story and how I started, and because I think it's really important and it ties into diabetes, and it ties into the Indian culture. I actually, as I mentioned, was very overweight, and I went on a journey to losing that weight. And that started very much with self-hate and the relationship I had with everybody else and what I thought everybody else wanted of me. And what happened was I lost a good amount of weight, but I ended up with disordered eating, and I still had health issues. I ended up having gut issues, vitamin D deficiency, feeling really quite ill. I actually ended up going on the path of yoga, and it taught me many things. Now, a lot of people see yoga as the postures, as the handstand and the lotus position and doing all of these different exercises. But really, yoga, and I know that we have a yoga master on here, they will talk about this in deeper, is a lot more than that. And I'm really a big fan of us going back into our roots and looking at the practices that our ancestors used that kept them healthy. And yoga originated in India, right? And so there's a lot of power in it. And why do I love yoga as a system? Well, it's going to give you Acharya, right? Yoga goes hand in hand with Ayurveda. Acharya is your daily routine. That daily routine creates a structure. That structure is a boundary. So you have your practice of living. You wake up, you have certain habits. Now, my recommendations are you wake up and you pray and you meditate. So you center your mind and activate that parasympathetic nervous system, as well as doing some breathing. And then after that, hydrating, because a lot of us are dehydrated rather than hungry, and then moving. So walking to activate the lymphatic system without going too much into the sympathetic, the stress system. So you're still relatively calm, but you're moving your body, you're burning some calories, and you're getting that metabolism ready. I love having personally.
Dionne, I'm going to just thank you. I think you've shared some amazing your journey, and also sorry to cut you short. It's just because of but we've got lots of questions, but also I've got our co-host here, Vaishali ji, and also Amrita, who also I'm sure have got some questions for you. And I also want to ensure we bring Dr. Raj Tan, who's a local GP here in Leicester, but a diabetes specialist, and also has done some amazing work around health and equality. So yes, sorry.
Kirit, Dionne mentioned about yoga, a part of it which is more than just yoga. Well, who better than our yoga expert, our own Dr. Amrita Sharma?
Exactly.
And
yes. Yes, I was just about to go into the 8 limbs, doctor. So you'll probably be able to cover that really well.
So Amrita, a quick comment on Dionne's routine of taking yoga, because you and Vaishali, who does Kundalini and Chakra, and you do actual physical yoga as well. Your comment on what Dionne mentions about yoga and how it helps mind and relax.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Kirit. Dionne, I think it was a marvelous talk because it covered that subtle aspect about diabetes, which people don't think about. And being an Ayurveda physiologist, talking about the lifestyle that you have been talking about, but then this disease, which is known as prameha, particularly with its separate name precisely, had been called as a king's disease in the older times. So many kings used to have the disease. Now, that has a very subtle connection with the emotions and the relationship that you have been talking, as well as the sedentary lifestyle and the royal eating and stuff like that. Being a king at that time, people were not able to, a king could not share his emotions with a lot of people. There's a different kind of stress level. And in today's time, everybody is a king in one way or the other. As we all say that people die of overeating rather than starving today. And because of these subtle connections and the kind of emotional things that we all hold within us, which has its own relationship with the different kind of stress levels, the anxiety levels. So all these things add up to the percentage of having the chances of having certain kind of diseases. And these kind of stresses, I also mentioned, is stress is a kind of a contagious thing. So you can have a stress on a dining table while talking to people and eating and dining together as well, because everybody is under stress. And this kind of subtle connections in relation to your chakras, and as you said, liver being a part that takes the anger as a part of it, which is again connected with the solar plexus, which is again connected with the pancreas, which is again connected with the working up of the organs in connection to your diet, lifestyle, and your understanding of yourself with yourself. And that is why I'm really very pleased to hear Dr. V.N. Shah as well as Dr. Dhanapal been talking about the holistic aspects of leading life, in which he talked about SEX, which he talks about the various aspects of eating habits. And you have been talking about a very fantastic thing about food fashions and what does the takeaway corners of the corners of the foods that people opt for and are being served. So education on that way is a very important thing, and taking up into account the yogic part of it. When you talk about yoga, as you mentioned, from the singing bowls I can see at the back wall of your room that jingle and make you calm, basically, that talks about your own well-being from inside. And
thank you, Dr. Amrita. Very observant. You saw something that we missed out on, which is very beautiful. You love yoga as well. And Kirit, I think this is a perfect time to move on to Dr. Rajthan, because he obviously is an allopathy and a doctor and a very professional there in Midlands. Let's listen to him over the next 15 minutes. If you could introduce, and Dionne, Vaishali, Amrita, stay around and we will chit chat with all the group once again. So over to you, Kirit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. First of all, I want to wish everyone a happy Father's Day today, and everyone with fathers here. It's a Father's Day in the UK, so we've been just busy with the kids as well. So my name is Rajthan. I'm a general practitioner and family physician in Leicester in the UK. And also I got a very passionate interest in diabetes, for which I pursued it before becoming a family physician, starting from undergraduate years and postgraduate years. So I work with the one of the largest charity of the UK, Diabetes UK, as a clinical champion, and also in our local commissioning group as one of the clinical lead for the diabetes, where we commission about diabetes services for about 1.2 million population that we have, which is an interesting part that I'm going to discuss as well. So in Leicester, in the UK, like when we use almost about 14% prevalence in diabetes and type 2 diabetes in Leicester. You won't be wrong if I say every 1 in 5 population that walking on the street probably have diabetes in Leicester. That's a huge actually issue. And then like Kirit mentioned, one of the other interesting area I got is the health equality. Because if you look at the same way in what we call it the Leicestershire, which is a county side of the area where it's predominant more Caucasian population, the prevalence is only about 6.5 or 7%. So that's a huge difference. And the Leicester city is a very, very metropolitan with a lot of Southeast Asians and the Indians and Afro-Caribbeans and all is actually you can say it, it's about East the Arabic people as well. And this is a very metropolitan city, and then the huge burden of the diabetes that you can see that how much difference it makes in the whole country. The country average, by the way, in the UK is only 7% at the moment, less than 7% for diabetes. So we got quite a higher incidence and prevalence in our area, which essentially also it's good to mention that Leicester Diabetes Center is one of the 3rd largest research diabetes center in the world, and we are lucky to have that in our city, and then which we closely work with day to day to make sure that we can provide high quality services for our patients. I just want to mention 2 things. I know that it's going to be not as interesting as the other thing. It's going to be a little bit of boring side of medical side of diabetes, but please just stop me anytime or just ask questions if you got any like that. Yeah. So one thing I want to catch from the previous before I go for my own chapter. It's like I really like about when then you said about the food and emotions. I think that is a really a good point. And then that made me think of, I might steal that line from you when I explain to my patients as well. Actually, it's a very good way of explaining that how important food is in our culture, and how that makes it, because we are made as a human being, we are made to be hunting in the forest, living in a cave, working miles and miles in the forest, and then they eat normal food, not processed foods, because we are going against all the natural directions. That's why that diabetes is becoming a burden in a way, yeah, in a society and a human being. So what the body, as you know, is about conserving energy and conserving everything we eat. That's how we are made for. So that's why I would like to say that quote, that there are only two types of population in the world now. One who are already diabetic. Second one who are going to be diabetic but don't do anything about it. Yeah, there's no third population. So that is a reality now that we are facing with our change, the way that we eat, the way that we go, our lifestyle is, and the way that the processed foods and the all other things that the other speakers have addressed. The one thing I just want to mention today on my chapter 1 is like, when we case find diabetes in our area, we use, as you know, the thing called HbA1c that we measure in the blood. And we got a program called NHS Health Check, that every person 40 and above receive that blood test regardless, and invited to have that blood test along with the lipid test to find out if they're diabetic or not. It's debatable that should be lower than 40 years of age in Asian population, but that debate is going on at the moment. At the moment, still we do that at 40 and above. So then we diagnose the diabetes if its HbA1c level is more than 6.5%, which is if you use millimole in your countries, that's equivalent to 47.5 millimole per mole of HbA1c. So below that, there's between 5.9 and 6.4. Again, with millimole is between 41 and 46 millimole, is called a pre-diabetes. I just want to address on that population, actually. That in the United States, that the pre-diabetes starts from 5.7. In UK, it starts from 5.9 HbA1c. So that population, I would say, is a working time bomb. Because that is where like we want to get to that population to prevent developing the diabetes and having awareness of that. And because we already found that population is a population who's got probable metabolic error of handling of glucose because of the various reasons, genetic reasons, lifestyle reasons, and the in relation to food and other conditions, that associated conditions. So whatever the reason is, they already got that metabolic error that we don't do anything about it, they will become diabetic. And so that population at the moment, we have got a program called Diabetes Prevention Program, which is a national program, one of the largest program in the world, where you can refer that patient to that program, which they have about 9 to 13 sessions of either face-to-face or online counseling, behavioral counseling, diet and lifestyle, and all those things are done. And then it's shown in the last 3 years, it has shown that it can actually prevent development of diabetes, postpone the diabetes in about 64% of population of the pre-diabetic population, with the weight loss achieved in those population as well. So it's one of its own program, but we are still that program also show that we are not getting to those people though who are actually in that pre-diabetic range already, which are already high risk of developing diabetes. So still like to get them forward, Diabetes UK has also made a lot of program for that. One of them is like Know Your Risk Score. It's like everybody can log on to Diabetes UK website, type in their age, their ethnicity, their like certain like characteristics and things. Then they give you a risk score, that how much risk that you got to develop diabetes, so that you can go and get further advice on testing it. And we noticed that the one who are got higher risk scores actually correlate with the population who are actually pre-diabetic. So that's a really good way to get to those people. And then they are the UK audience or any kind of world audience. that risk score is really good one to use if you want to find out about your risks for developing diabetes in future as well. I think those are the main area that I think we have to put our energy and resources in. Although like we shy away from it when it comes to prevention, and then we put millions of pounds in treating diabetes. We put millions of pounds in medications and things like that once they develop already. But we are not as good as that in that way in preventing that, and because it requires a lot of working together with be it counselors, be it like with the public health, and with actually the what we call it community connectors, who can get to the underserved community in our areas, who doesn't come forward to doctors that quickly. So to get to those people are quite challenging, and the big health equality issues. Kirit has been doing a lot of work in that area to get to those communities and connecting that to the NHS through the we call it 420 Connectors program, which has been nationally launched as well, like to get to the those communities of where, to be honest, that connector program has been highly successful in not only in diabetes but also in detecting like early cancer screening programs, for which has been found also that in those population we are having huge health quality issue with cancer detections and cancer screening as well. So that is mainly essence part that I want to talk to. Before I finish though, I just want to add on one thing about because of the previous speaker, I got interested. In UK, there's a food product which are labeled so-called no added sugar on the labeling. Yeah, it's becoming quite a trendy in the supermarket when you say no added sugar, which is very confusing term. I think it's actually I'm at one point I even want to lobby that to make that labeling go away, to be honest, because that no added sugar doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it's already got sugar, and it's got not adding an extra sugar to it. The patient getting really confused with the no sugar and no added sugar, and they're having it like generally every day about no added sugar food, which are harming them, which are harming the diabetics already. So with that, so I think I just want to like throw that. I don't know whether you encountered anything like that in the site that which labels no added sugar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tan, for your presentation. And obviously the risk score is something that certainly the work we've been doing as a diabetes risk assessor, and also through the work we've been doing with the NHS diabetes prevention program, to try and target more of our communities getting the risk score. Dr. Dhanapal, actually, it's good to bring him in about your no added sugar. And this question came up earlier about zero cola and other kind of forms. So, and he gave a great kind of comment around that. So I'll bring you, and then I'll bring Dionne in as well. And then obviously we've got some questions, so we'll cover them as well. So thank you again. Dr. Dhanapal, yeah.
Yes.
You said about you don't believe in diets, and you know about the zero element of it. So just want to kind of, in light of what Dr. Tanner said, is that a confusing message around no added sugar? That's for the general consumer, really.
I subscribe to his view, definitely, because people get confused. You're right. I mean, we are generally, some are doctors, but what we got to address the problem with the audience. The world is the audience itself. When you say with no added sugar, they get confused. As I said earlier on, it's a processed food. The food industry, the Kellogg's industry, breakfast is processed, right? It's a battle between the food industry and pharma companies. You have the processed food, you get diabetes, you get the pharma industry giving you the injections and medication itself. So we got to find a balance, but you can't get your kids away. Today is Father's Day. You can't get the kids away having McDonald's, or fries and all. You can't get away because they are there to stay. How we overcome this is our issue. I'm sure, Dr. The biggest killer is zero Coke, Diet Coke, whatever, and all the processed foods. It's not the calorie. It is the stuff that goes to trans fats. So I subscribe to the idea. It's not calorie. It is not. It's glycemic index of each food are different. you follow that, I think that's where all comes in. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Dionne, anything to add to that?
Yes, Kirit, I would like to add something.
Okay, sure.
Dr. Dan, you mentioned, what I liked is you mentioned that diabetes is no longer a condition. We should term it as a disease because it's spreading fast as well. And more people are getting diabetic. And Dr. Raj, you mentioned about lobbying. So I want to ask you and Dr. Dan, I want to ask one very simple question. When we look at the vegan products, it says vegan sign on it. When we look at vegetarian product, it says good for vegetarians. Do you think that there are some foods we should mark diabetic friendly?
It is, if you're asking me, it is impossible. It is difficult. It's difficult to mark any, some dietitian or nutrition, dietitian, nutrition are better to answer this question. Human mind is such, even when the diabetic chocolates and all that came in the book many years ago, the market was flooded. Marks and Spencer's, Selfridges, you go to the Harrods, everybody was buying, especially the Asians in the Middle East. Now the whole market is collapsed, literally. So it's difficult to diagnose, say that this food is there, this is friendly, that's not friendly, this is toxic, that's not toxic. That's my view. I may be wrong.
So Dr. Dan, you are saying it's difficult, but is it possible?
It's quite confusing because if you think about it, low sugar is not equivalent to low calorie.
Yeah.
And low calorie is not equivalent to low fat. Yeah.
Yep.
So which food you will say is diabetic friendly? You have to have a low fat, you have to have a low calorie, you have to have a low sugar. So actually it may even have a no food then. But so that's why it is a pretty difficult one, to say. Then the fat, if you go for the low sugar, you'll be eating a lot of fat. Yeah, you'll be eating a lot of other things, which will be not knowing, and you will become obese. You still get diabetes anyway. So actually, I think that's why it is quite a common sense and the general education comes in there. But we need to take away these confusing messages, although from the market, which the unfortunately the food providers and processors are using to entice the customers in a way that
Dr. Raj and
not
Dr.
entirely
Danapal,
true.
Dr.
Yeah.
Raj and Dr. Danapal, just on the same note, is it some kind of a conclusion that we can say to our audience that it is all about understanding your own metabolism and how you can improve your metabolism in order to select the nutrition that you are putting inside? So there is nothing like a pre-diabetic, diabetic or diabetic foods. Everything is good if it is intake in a way that it is balanced, and what is the right time to eat what kind of a food, and that also affects your sugar level. Is it something that you are trying to say?
I think you have hit the nail on the head. It's moderation. Each individual is bespoke. You're bespoke. Your body is bespoke. Your body is your God. My body is my God. You see, listen to your body. Listen to your body and work along with it. Of course, there are norms you got to follow. As I said, we have changed the BMI into weight and height and weight. We add the fat content of the body, which is more important than being the size of the weight itself. So things are changing onto that. Listen to your body, follow the norms. There's policies and procedures for each disease. Follow that on the basis from Leicester, diabetic capital is Leicester diabetic capital.
Almost now. Yes, you can call that now.
Your MP, your ex-MP, Keith Voss, leads the diabetic organization there. Is it true?
Yeah.
He used to, yes.
Silver Bridges or something like that.
Silver Star.
Silver Star. Keith Voss. Yeah, I think he's standing for election now as independent. Okay. So that's a conversation for another day. So I think this is very, very important, especially Asian community. Is education. People are not educated. As you said that. What did I say? Half the world, diabetic world, do not know they're walking around with diabetes. They are the silent assassin, walking time bomb. It's education. It's awareness. Right? We got to spend some money in education and awareness rather than coming to the end of treating the end disease, because quality of life goes down. Our budget, NHS budget is 180 billion pounds now. It just keeps going up. And the only disease that affects all parts of the body is diabetes. No other disease.
And Dr. Dan, you mentioned very clearly education. That is what Kirit does. Kirit actually brings people together, particularly in Midlands. So SAHA group is South Asian Health Action. And particularly, as Raj mentioned, that Leicester has actually got a very creditable diabetes information center where they're collecting data. Kirit, you need to be in touch with Dr. Dan and Raj and Vaishali, if you could facilitate that, because that's what we do at Healing Our Earth. We bring in people together, we bring the knowledge to the community, and through to the community, education is very good. I revert back to the question Vaishali was getting. To our consumers who are not doctors, who are not experts, we'll go around the panel now, and I would like to have 5 tips from Dr. Raj and 5 tips for Dr. Dhanapal that the consumer can understand at home. So, Dr. Raj, you go first.
You're putting me in the spot now. That's okay. Yeah, and I think just I think it's mainly, like, you're right, like Dr. Dan said, it depends on your metabolism and how you are and how you know your best of your body and what you can do with your how you can handle. The main important thing here is about moderation. Is the one term that they have to understand, the moderation. But I think that moderation comes into account with what condition you got already. Supposing if you are diabetic on insulin, of course, the moderation, what you need to moderate is slightly different from diabetic who are not diabetic totally. In that way, you need to understand that word in your own context. Yeah, not about everyone. The moderation means you can have laddu every day. Yeah, that's not moderation for someone and moderation for another person. So that bit is quite important. And the other bit I'd want to say is like the know your risks and know your body is come with a know your risks as well. So I think that's why, like, don't be shy away or don't be thinking that I'm okay, like I'm eating, I don't have symptoms, I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, and but it's not about worry, it's about knowing early. Makes a lot of difference for everyone. So that's why, like, do those know your risk scoring, educate yourself whenever you can with the food and with about diabetes. What is it? How can you prevent it? And then, like, do the scoring and come to your doctor to actually test for it at least, like, and then so that you can prevent it. These days, you can make it postpone and prevent developing diabetes. That's not new anymore to do it. Even if you're diabetic, you can actually, there are program now that's the program down that we fund, which is within the 6 year of diabetes, you can get diabetes remission. You can cure, what we call it, not cure, but remission. You can get away from diabetes if you follow that program in a way as well. So all these things are actually there. It's not something that you have to shy away and you just think that, oh, that's a very bad disease. I don't want that taboo. And be like, I just want to that is not. I think that is where we have to overcome those things, and then we just have to talk it freely, and then be very, very like easily among the yourselves, among your peers, and with your clinician to help each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raj. Before we go to Dr. Dhanapal, Dionne, you got your hand up. You got a comment and your tips as well. Over to you, Dionne.
Yeah, just on the topic of food, when they were asking about, is there diabetic friendly labeled food? And I thought, well, most, food that is diabetic friendly is not actually in a packet. But then I thought, going further, we don't need food. We need nutrients. We need to stop talking about food. We need to start talking about what nutrients am I putting in my body? We're not robots. When you go to fill your car, you don't say, I'm going to just put some liquid in the car. Don't matter what it's made out of. It just needs liquid. No, you need high quality gas or it doesn't drive. So I think if we center our mindset around nutrients, that's one. The other thing I want to offer an exercise for people to do, even all of us on this call, go and stand and look at yourself in the mirror and notice what words come to your mind and start there. A lot of us will be saying something probably negative, and this is connected with our liver, and this is and we repress it in our body, in our organs, and then we just continue with our day and our habits. But we really want to rewire our mind and put it in conjunction, with our bodies. And the last thing I will say, which was connecting back to the yoga, because it hasn't been brought up yet, I invite people to look up what's called the 8 limbs of yoga. There's one that is particularly powerful, ahimsa. It means non-harming. If you truly love yourself, why are you harming yourself? If you truly love yourself, why are you not educating yourself on this disease that you have? If you truly love yourself and your family, why aren't you taking this seriously to change your habits? And you don't have to attack yourself, but you have to have humility to ask yourself these questions. If I truly love myself, why am I not managing this part of my health? So yeah, no, nutrients is, I look at my day, I think, what nutrients do I need? And actually, I was said to my friend yesterday, I said, he said, are you a foodie? I said, yes, I love food. I love eating. But I said, I don't need to eat exciting food every day. I can eat exciting food like when I really want it. And then the rest of the time, it can be quite boring because I'm focused on nutrients. So that's all I wanted to say.
Neil, what I wanted to just say finally is that we talked a lot about education, patient education, and I think we've got these programs, and Dr. Tan has mentioned that, but I think what we've got to look at is what Dr. Danapal said, is about how we bespoke these. How are they culturally relevant to the communities that we are from and what we're trying to serve? Because there's still a lot of work we need to do around that education that's really more bespoke according to different community and different community needs. So finally, as an NGO that we try and run, the challenge we have is resources. And commissioned, NHS needs to commission more culturally sensitive and peer-led organizations to do this work. And finally, the biggest frustration I have is within diabetes, with our patients say to us is there's a wonderful gadget now, the Freestyle Libra, which is a sensor that helps patients manage their condition, but the problem, the message that the NHS is giving is get your diabetes poorly managed, then get on insulin, and then you'll get a Libra if you're a type 2. It should be the other way around. They should say those poorly managed diabetics should be given this device to help them manage so they don't lead to further complications. So that's my campaign I'm going to be launching, because it's nonsense that we have to get our diabetes patients firstly to poorly manage, get insulin, get multiple drugs before to then meet the criteria. So I'm going to stop there because
Kirit, we love the outreaches you bring to the communities, not just in Midlands, elsewhere. I want to be very specific over here, and we got two new. We got our senior host and producer in India at Rotarian Lal Goyal, and then we got a very eminent another diabetologist, Dr. Raman Goyal, who is here as well. And I want to ask each one of you same question. I like giving consumer exact quantum rather than saying do good exercise, don't drink, smoke. So I'm going to mention 7 foods that I think are friendly. If you agree, you just put your hand up, okay? So that consumer can know that it can be easily bought and available in their country. So for example, beans. Hands up if you think beans are good. Just hands up, no comment. Okay, nobody believes beans are good for diabetics. Broccoli. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Majority house, okay? Eggs in moderation. Again, very good house. Apples, if you were to choose a fruit and apple is available in every country, hands up if you think apples should be a good fruit. 1, 2, 3. Again, a good house there. Quinoa. Now, quinoa is not always available everywhere, but just hands up if you feel quinoa is good. 1, 2. Okay, 3, 4, 5. Yes, almost. Those who are eating fish, some portion of fish once or twice a week. Okay, we got a good house there. Nuts in moderation, daily, maybe handful. Thank you. And whole grains. Okay, not everybody is keen on whole grain. And finally, millets. So there you are, consumer who are listening to us on a YouTube, Facebook, website, Twitter, and our social media. You now have actual quantum. You can see which kind of foods you can safely eat. So there is a possibility of educating people with exact knowledge that we can do. You are all fantastic. It's so wonderful. We have learned so much. And Kirit, we must group up again for these outreaches that you want to bring in over there. Before we leave Mexico and UK and we fly off to India here with our host and senior producer there, Rotarian Lal Gohel, with an eminent Dr. Raman Gohel there. Vaishali, you had a comment, and Amrita, you both had a comment before we bring in Rotarian Lal Gohel. Over to you, Vaishali, and then Amrita.
Yeah, I mean, my comment would be simple that whatever knowledge that we acquired in this episode from Dr. Dhanapal and Dr. Khan, I would just say that I think it's all about lifestyle. It's all about lifestyle. It means that what time you are waking up in the morning, it starts with that. And I would say what time you are sleeping at night, that also affects. So enough sleep, early morning, good workout in the morning. And when you have your first meal, that is our good breakfast, and if you can add good protein and a good carbs during your first meal, that is your breakfast. And I think that determines your rest of the day. Because if we hog on just carbs in the morning, in breakfast, then I think that it all starts with the breakfast. So it's very important to understand our metabolism. First, correct your metabolism, whether you want to go for weight loss or weight gain, whether you want for a gaining of the size, gaining of the muscles. So I would say that it's about your holistic. And even I love the way Dionne said that, epigenetics, you talked about fight or flight, how stress affects everything. Just now you said that how stress affects our nutrition, and wonderfully explained that food and nutrition, rather than food, we should more talk about nutrients, that what we are intaking in our body. So I would say that wonderful explanation about the food and about how the carbs and it converts into glycogen. So it's very important for today's episode and for all our consumers. I'm sure that they gain something out of it. And thank you so much. That's all I wanted to say. And I'm very regimented. And I would not lie that since almost 1.5 years, I was not into, I was not that focused. My focus had shifted. But I promised to myself that, from now onwards, I'm going to get back to track. I'm going to hit the gym now again, and I'm going to start my fitness journey again. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Amrita, over to you. Amrita, over to
you. Thank you so much. I think we have a couple of questions that we will be taking in a short while as well. In fact, rather than giving some tips and other kind of things, I would like to have certain questions that I would like to put in front of the panelists. So, and secondly, I would also like to know that most of the people who are...
So, Amrita,
suppose you, doctor, and you are diabetic. Yes.
Amrita, before you ask question, can you introduce Rotarian Lal Gohil, and he can introduce Dr. Raman? And then while we are there, you can ask questions, because then even they can answer and give some sort of comments to you and Dr. Raj. And then we'll move to Dr. Raman with his understanding and outreach about diabetes. So please go ahead and introduce Rotarian Lal Gohil and Dr. Raman.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. I just wanted to say that I would like to have an insight about what kind of tests and when the tests should a patient do after he's declared that he has diabetes. So I will be taking up all that. It's time to welcome our senior host and anchor from India, Rotarian Lal Gohil. Rotarian Lal Goyal, most welcome. Rotarian Lal Goyal is a founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International and is also a chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation and GYAN. And global namaste to you, Dr. Raman Goyal. A very warm welcome to you at Healing Our Earth platform. And we are looking forward to have your talk as well as your insight on your expertise of how diabetes can be cured through surgery. Over to you, Rotarian Lal Goyal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amrita, and thanks to all of Healing Our Earth team, especially Mr. Neil Kumar, for organizing such a wonderful program on a very, very important topic, that is diabetes and the diabetes awareness. Diabetes is a significant health challenge in India, with the country often referred to as the diabetes capital of the world. According to a 2023 study by the Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR, 101 million people in India have diabetes, which is 11.4% of the country's population. The rapid increase in diabetes cases poses a substantial burden on the healthcare system and economy. Efforts to combat diabetes in India focus on enhancing public awareness, improving access to healthcare services, and promoting healthier lifestyle through diet and exercise. Diabetes awareness is essential for combating this widespread and chronic disease. It involves educating the public about the causes, symptoms, and management of diabetes to promote early detection and effective treatment. It also aims to dispel myths and reduce the stigma associated with diabetes. By increasing knowledge and understanding, diabetes awareness efforts empower individuals to take proactive steps in managing their health, thereby reducing the incidence of complications and improving the quality of life for those affected by the disease. Surgery plays a crucial role in the treatment of diabetes, particularly for those with type 2 diabetes who struggle to manage their condition through lifestyle challenges and medication alone. And to discuss this very, very important topic, role of surgery in diabetes treatment, I would like to invite and introduce a renowned diabetes surgeon. He is Dr. Raman Goyal. Dr. Raman Goyal is MS, FRCS, FAS, MBS. He is a pioneer diabetes and bariatric surgeon from Mumbai. He is the director of the Center of Excellence in Bariatric and Metabolic Surgery at Wokhard Hospital, Mumbai. He is the founder president of the Diabetes Surgery Foundation. He is the member of the Specialists Board, National Board of Examination, Government of India. He is the founder editor of the Journal of Bariatric Surgery. He has over 40 research publications and book chapters. He is the chairman of the Indian Association of Gastrointestinal Endosurgeons, IAGES Research Academy. He is pioneer, a teacher, and a thought leader. Welcome, Dr. Raman Goyal, on our show. Dr. Raman Goyal, as you are going to tell us, to all the viewers of our very, very important program, because this program is being telecast in several countries around the world and watched in on the different platforms by laypersons, by the medical people, and whatnot. And today's topic, which is very, very important because it's quite new, there are lots of myths about this, the role of surgery in diabetes treatment. Dr. Raman Goyal, please.
Yeah. Good evening from India.
Good evening, Dr. Raman Goyal. Just before you carry on, because you will have some more exciting outreach for our audience which are watching us on social media, Dr. Amrita posed a question. Normally we do talk at the end, but while we've got people over here, Amrita, can you repeat your question? And even Dr. Raman will give you his answer, and Dionne will give you her answer to your question, because I think it was very salient and very important. So if you could slowly and deliberately repeat that, please.
Thank you, Neil Kumar, for giving me an opportunity to ask a question. Global Namaste, Dr. Raman. I wanted to ask you that suppose a patient goes and he gets his checkup done. He is been declared, okay, you have diabetes. He's put on medicine. He's the one who cannot afford gadgets. He's the one who cannot have essential like instruments for measuring diabetes at home. What are the basic criteria? Then what kind of a test he must undergo, and at what time? At what time he must go undergo that test? Mean to say, there should be a follow-up, or he should go for a blood test or a urine test, and after how long time? That was my general question. Thank you.
Karishma, I think that question should go to a physician. I, being a surgeon, I'm handicapped to answer you, but I'm sure there are physicians on this panel and somebody will be able to get the answer.
So, Dr. Raman, we've got Dr. Raj here, who might be well equipped for that. And I want you to say hello to him. He's in Midlands. He's actually part of research that is going on in Midlands, Leicester, where diabetes is very high. So it will be very useful to say hello to him. Dr. Raj, can you give some sort of answer to Amrita as to how people can help at home apart from the physician as well?
Thank you very much, and I'll try to answer that question. In the UK, as you know, that there are once you are diagnosed with diabetes, with the marker called we do it HbA1c in the bloods, and they are registered on the as a diabetes. The registration is very important because our systems are set up to get automatic reminders for those tests that you mentioned that patients should have at least once a year as a minimum. So the first thing is almost a blood pressure measurement. So as you know that in fact, it's not wrong to say that blood pressure is more of a killer than a sugar in a patient with diabetes. Yeah, so that's why they should have a blood pressure monitored and then treated very quickly in a patient with diabetes, more important than non-diabetic patients. And then the other thing is we check the urine protein once a year minimum. Urine protein is an early indicator of developing kidney complications. Yeah, so if you are developing leakage of urine and leakage of protein in the urine, which can be detected very, very easily, that shows that you should have a kidney protection at the earliest thing to make sure that the kidney doesn't get worse. Yeah, so that's another thing that we do it every year. So blood pressure, urine albumin, urine protein check, and of course your weight, BMI, that we don't want you to gain weight further unless you are unless you are very, very underweight from the start. And then we always tell them if they're smokers, they need to stop smoking or reduce the smoking, and we refer them to smoking cessation services for support. That happens at the same time as well. And we refer them to structured education program, which is actually, as you know, any chronic disease, patient lives with diabetes. We only see them twice a year. So they need to be expert in their own disease and own thing. They need to do more than us about diabetes. So that structured education program takes the patient to the whole of about diabetes, the diet, what the complications, how to prevent that. There's a tailor-made to the patients. Those programs are funded here, so we refer to them for that, so they can have in the first year in the diagnosis. And the other ones that we do is eye check. So as you know, that diabetes affects the eye and is #1 cause of blindness in the world, actually. So that's why that they need to have regular eye checks. So which is done once a year for every diabetics in the thing. So they get automatic reminders, and then we call them and they go to the optician, or the optician checks it for the back of the eye to look at their retinal health. And they can be treated in prevention measures if they see any abnormalities, which is again is a very important thing. And not least is the foot check. So as you know, diabetes affects the foot, and not only because of the nerve problems, also for blood vessel problems. So it's a combination of everything. So it's a very big complication. So with all the diabetic patients are taught how to look after their feet, and then like a mirror under your feet, we call it. So we put them so that you can't see under your feet. So we put a mirror underneath your feet to look at the feet, check at least once a week. Yeah, so that there are no hard skins or corns developing, which may become ulcer. They're not cured because they tend to have a less responsive nervous system in the feet, and then they might not know even if they got small injuries in the feet and they become an ulcer. So those are the quite basic things that we do for them every year as a processes. And then of course the other one is a regular blood check every year, which includes HbA1c, diabetes level, kidney function test, and the liver function test, and the urine protein that I've already mentioned. So those are the basic things that they should get checked every year. And depending on the findings, they might have to have it a little bit more frequent if there's already found something abnormal.
Thank you, Dr. Tan. Stay around. Let's go for our next half an hour or so, listening to our specialist, Dr. Raman, in his specialist subject. And then we will chit-chat again and ask him a few questions from our audience. So, Dr. Rotarian Lal Goyal and Dr. Raman, over to you, and let's get your outreach to the public wherever they are listening from. Thank you.
Yes, Rotarian Dr. Raman Goyal, because he is also the charter member of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. Rotarian Dr. Raman Goyal, again, my same thing, because there's lots of myths about the diabetic surgery. It's a quite new surgery. So we would like to know in detail the main thing, that is the role of surgery in diabetes treatment. Dr. Raman Goyal, please.
All right. So, I mean, it's very enlightening to hear all the experts with so much knowledge about diabetes. And diabetes is not a new disease. It has been there since the history of mankind, maybe 6,000 years or more, as we believe in India. And but what we need to understand that the treatment of diabetes is very recent. Just about 100 years back, the first allopathic medicine for diabetes was found, that's insulin. And most of these oral tablets that we are talking about came hardly 50 to 60 years back. So the mankind lived and died with diabetes for 5,900 odd years without any medicine. And the medical management that we have been listening to on an everyday basis is just about 100-year-old. And very recently, just about a year, 1.5 years back, surgery has been added as one of the has been added to the armamentarium for diabetes management. And in next 20 to 25 minutes, I'll try to share some insight on that, and we'll be very happy to take questions on that. So let me try to share my screen, and then we'll talk about it. I hope you are able to see my screen.
Yes, please.
Okay. So that's our Center for Metabolic Surgery in Mumbai. And as I started saying that we are talking of a new treatment of an old disease. This is primarily because of this reason that there's a lot of skepticism about role of surgery in diabetes. And the same kind of skepticism we have seen when we were treating obesity, that how come you treat a lifestyle disease with a surgical intervention? So let's look at the evidence. And so these are my disclosures. I sit on the advisory boards, but none of these affect today's presentation. So when in December 2022, the worldwide guidelines were changed and we are allowed to operate for diabetes, a lot of questions were asked. People even thought that we are doing something illegal. People said, is it possible? Is it allowed? What about people who do not want to lose weight? Whether diabetes will be cured or whether it will go or come back? What will happen, whether it will come back? What about the medicines, whether they will continue? What about diabetes complications that Dr. Raj just mentioned in great details about various organs that are affected, and obviously the surgical safety and the economics of it. But friends, it's not a new concept. In 1955, this was published in a journal by a surgeon, that when he did a surgery for an ulcer, that patient's diabetes went away. And this remained unnoticed for so many years before people realized that that surgeon had come up with something very very unique even before most of the oral medicines came through for diabetes. Why it is important? Mr. Lalgoel just mentioned a study from ICMR in his introduction. The same study mentioned that out of those 100 odd million diabetics in India, 77% of them remain uncontrolled. And this is not only about India. Worldwide, 56% of diabetics remain uncontrolled. So even with all the awareness, education, and the medicines, if 77 odd million people in India remain uncontrolled, they are at a high risk of diabetes-related complications. And that is where surgery can probably play a small role. Because after surgery, more than 80% patients maintain their HbA1c under 7, even after 10 years. And that is what the significant difference is, that on one side, we are talking of 80% patients who remain uncontrolled with all the effort. On the other side, we have an intervention which leads to control of diabetes in more than 80% patient long term. And out of these controlled diabetics, 36% will remain in remission. So at the outset, let me explain. Control is when what we are talking is when we are saying HbA1c below 7, and remission is when they are below 7 and they are not on medication. Okay. So even after 10 years of a surgery, 36% patient will remain in remission and they will not require diabetes medication. And this is the kind of outcome that we expect when we offer a surgery to a patient for type 2 diabetes.
हेलो, मेरा नाम प्रीति शार्दुल है और मैं 63 इयर्स क्रॉस कर चुकी हूँ अभी। तो डायबिटीज की तकलीफ से बहुत परेशान थी। 3 बार इंसुलिन लेना पड़ता था, 35 यूनिट्स हर टाइम। तो परेशान हो गई थी। किसी ने डॉक्टर गोयल के बारे में बोला तो सोचा कि ये भी ट्राई कर लो। अभी ऑपरेशन के बाद तो मेरा एकदम लाइफ ही चेंज हो गया है। अभी पहले मेरा वजन 93.4 था बिफोर सर्जरी और अभी है 68 to 70 के बीच में रहता है, फ्लक्चुएटिंग। और अभी जस्ट मैं यूरोप ट्रिप पूरा घूम के आई हूँ और मुझे कुछ भी तकलीफ नहीं हुई। 200 सीढ़ियाँ एक साथ चढ़ सकती थी, उतर सकती थी, कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं हुआ। और गोली इंसुलिन तो पूरा ही बंद हो गया और गोलियां भी खाली एक गोली है ग्लाइकोमेट की।
So what she was saying was that she is 60 years old. She was on insulin and diabetes medication. After surgery, she lost obviously some 23 kg weight, but more than that, her insulin completely stopped and she's just taking 1 metformin a day. And her mobility and obviously other functions have improved. So generally, what happens when somebody has a surgery for diabetes? The first and the foremost thing that happens is that the insulin stops. Even if the person is taking insulin for 10 years, 4 years, or 15 years, in most of these cases, insulin stops within 2 to 3 days. And why insulin stops is because the insulin resistance gets treated by surgery very early. Unfortunately, most of the medicines do not target insulin resistance, except metformin to some extent. While with surgery, with the hormonal changes that I'm going to talk about in next slides, the insulin resistance is primarily targeted. And then the medicines either reduce or stop within about 3 months' time. So they achieve their best results within 3 months and they maintain it long-term over a period of years. We have our own publications on these, but these were bariatric publications when we had bariatric patients and they had diabetes. And we have shown that even after 7 years, almost 68% patients are maintaining HbA1c below 6.5. So many times patients come to us and say, will I stop medicines completely? Will my medicines stop completely? So we tell them that we are not treating your medicines, we are treating your diabetes, we are treating your disease. So medicine stoppage is not a criteria. The real criteria is what will be your HbA1c. And most of them have HbA1c of 9, 11, 13. I've even seen somebody walking in a consulting room with 17 HbA1c. So it can be anything, but at the end, the control comes very fast and it's sustained. And it's not only question, as all of you know, it's not a question about blood sugar alone. The real challenge is whether the diabetes complications can be reduced. And there are multiple publications. These publications clearly shows that macrovascular complication reduced by 78%, which includes cardiovascular, strokes, deaths, and microvascular complications like blindness, amputation, renal issues. They improve it by almost 90% after surgery. And obviously, if somebody already has an advanced disease like a nephropathy or a retinopathy, it may not be reversed because sometime it becomes autonomous and it continues even if blood sugar is controlled. But in those who are not having an advanced disease or who do not have these complications, the possibility reduced substantially, and these are long-term follow-up studies of 20 years. These surgeries are similar to bariatric surgeries. I'm sure most with this learned audience, you know about bariatric surgery. So there are other benefits. There are other benefits like in terms of sleep apnea improvement, GERD improvement, joint pain improvement, PCOD improvement, and the lipids improve substantially after these surgeries. And then what happens is that the cardiovascular events reduce by 50% at 10 years. So even those who had a previous cardiovascular episode like a heart attack or a angina, their episodes reduced by 50% over 10 years. And this is actually more effective than any statins that we use in cardiac patients. And these are all long-term publications. And based on this, American Diabetes Association in their recommendations in 2021 have clearly stated that that metabolic surgery is more effective than medicines and lifestyle together for control of diabetes. And because of this, the life expectancy, if we operate on a diabetic patient, increases by about 9 years compared to if I operate on somebody just for obesity, it increases by about 5 years. So this kind of increase in life expectancy is hardly seen because worldwide, number of diabetic patients keep on increasing till they are 65-year-old. And their relative numbers reduce because they die early compared to a non-diabetic patients. So if we are able to give them a longer life expectancy, it's a big achievement, and for the families, it's a big expectation that they can have their parents around for a longer time if they are diabetic. Just to show you, this gentleman came from Kenya. Obviously, a bariatric patient with severe diabetes, lost weight, and then also went off medication. So, friends, what changed that we are talking of a bariatric surgery as diabetes surgery? So, in 1991, NIH gave these guidelines which said that for obesity, we can operate patients if their BMI is more than 40 and more than 35 if they have a disease like diabetes. More than 30 years later, first time the guidelines got changed. And now the new guidelines are 35 BMI for weight loss, 30 BMI if they have other comorbidity. But now there is another new addition to it, the last one, which says that you can operate on a 27.5 BMI patient with uncontrolled diabetes if they are of certain ethnicities. I put Asians, but there are certain Africans also included in this. And for these patients, I cannot operate on a 28 BMI patient only for weight loss. But if that patient has type 2 diabetes and is uncontrolled, I can offer this surgery. So practically now I can offer anybody a surgery about 27.5 BMI if the diabetes is not well controlled. And this is a major change in the way we are looking at surgery. We are now looking at treating diabetes surgically. We are not looking at making them lose weight, but primarily to target their glycemic control. So with these new guidelines, who is a suitable candidate? Obviously, it's for type 2 diabetes. We do not offer it for type 1 diabetes or LADA or MODI type of diabetes. This is for type 2 diabetes. They should not have anti-GAD antibodies in their blood. The BMI, as I mentioned, should be more than 27.5. That means they should be about 7 to 10 kg above their ideal weight. This is a guideline. It's very interesting. Recently, a patient came to me from, about 100 kilometers from Mumbai for his surgery, and his BMI turned out to be 26. And he has been on insulin for almost 20 years, uncontrolled with HbA1c 11. And he asked me a very specific question, Doctor, what if this guideline was not there? If you are operating me at 26 BMI, tell me your honest opinion, will this surgery work for me? I said, obviously it will work for you. And that is the issue, that this was working under 35 BMI for last 30 years. We lost millions of people who could have benefited with this surgical intervention, giving them a more healthier lifestyle or healthy life. But the guidelines are there for a reason, and the current guideline is 27.5 BMI. And obviously, they should have a functioning pancreas. And the best way to look at pancreatic function is to get their fasting C-peptide done, and it should be more than 1. So if these 3 criteria are met, we understand that we can probably help this patient, and then they can improve. This is a video, but this is in a local language. This is the police inspector who was 78-year-old, and he got his surgery done primarily because his sugars were not getting controlled. And because of his duties, he had a very irregular lifestyle where he could not eat all the healthy food that you are mentioning because he was eating out. He lost about 14 kgs in 3 months, and then his weight loss stopped. But in 3 months, his HbA1c came down from 10 to 6. And that is the kind of transformation we see in such patients when they have surgery for diabetes. Now, what is this surgery that we are talking about? These surgeries are laparoscopic surgery. Usual surgical time is about 1 hour. Within 6 hours of surgery, patient is able to walk and drink water and is in hospital for 1 or 2 days at the most. There are different types of surgery. This surgery is no different than a bariatric surgery. So I'm sure many of you are aware of what we are talking about. I'm not going to technical aspect of the surgery, but if you look at the surgery, the diagram in the middle, this one, it clearly shows that we make the stomach small and we take a part of intestine and join it here. So this is called a gastric bypass or called the gold standard surgery. And this intestine is joined here. How this works, I'm going to talk later, but primarily the food is not going through this part of the intestine or duodenum, which is considered to be important contributor to insulin resistance. And once the food is not going through it, the insulin resistance goes down drastically within few hours of surgery. So how exactly the surgery works? Now, this is very different than the basic understanding that we had, that pancreas had a very important role to play. It's a pancreatic disease, but increasingly it's believed that diabetes is a gut disease. It's happening in the intestine, and pancreas is secondarily affected in type 2 diabetes. Now, if I just want to explain it to the lay people, these red dots represent the area from where a hormone is secreted called GLP-1. In diabetic patient, the GLP-1 is secreted little late, and that's why the sugar goes up. While in a non-diabetic patient, the GLP-1 is secreted early and the sugars don't go up. So what we do surgically is we shift this red secreting part of the intestine right here, if you can see under this picture. And what happens, the food directly goes and touches these red dots over here, and the GLP-1 is secreted, which helps in secretion of more insulin from the pancreas, and it helps in overall glycemic control. There are many other factors that the way diabetes is controlled after surgery, but I am not going into it. Now, the bariatric surgery or the diabetes surgery are similar. They are being done from 1966. Being laparoscopically done and in well-prepared patient, it's much safer than doing a gallbladder surgery or a hip replacement surgery. It is considered that any center which does 100 surgeries a year the risk is very less. And it is also known that if somebody who is not getting this surgery is at more risk of complications than somebody who has a surgery. Now, with all this research that is being done for last 50 years on this and on diabetes for last almost 30 years, it has been established that after surgery, patient must do annual HbA1c testing at least once or maybe more, at least 3 to 4 times, but at least once a year. Must continue to have low glycemic index food and should exercise regularly. So there is no taking away from the fact of a healthy lifestyle as the foundation of a lifestyle disease. You need to have a healthy lifestyle, whether you have surgery or you don't have surgery. But there are so many patients who are having healthy lifestyle and they are having medicines and they are having insulin and still not able to control. And they should avoid glucose increasing agent like steroids or the psychiatric medication. So friends, to conclude, diabetes surgery is not a miracle, not a cure. It's not a substitute of medical management, but it is an effective option for patients with aggressive or uncontrolled type 2 diabetes. Now, at least they have a chance to lead a complication-free life, because we for last 1.5 years that we started treating diabetes patients surgically, we find patients who are coming who are in a helpless situation. They do self-glucose monitoring on a daily basis. They do take insulin 3 times a day. They eat healthy, and still, because they are fighting a biology, a disease, which is not of their making, their HbA1c remains high, and they remain uncontrolled, and they end up with complications that they do not know how to stop the progression of the disease. So for those patients, there is a definite option available now, which they can use. From the time that we started doing the surgery, so this publication about diabetes, that the guidelines that changed, the American Diabetes Association and subsequently the American Bariatric Association publication came on 1st of December 22. We started doing low BMI diabetic patients somewhere in 16 December 22. And in 1 year, we collated our data. We operated about 43 low BMI patients. And if you see this one, those who completed 3 months, their HbA1c was 9.2 before surgery, and it came down to 6.5. And those who completed 6 months, they also had the same HbA1c at 6 months. And those who completed 1 year, they also had HbA1c of 6.6. So the results come within 3 months, and they can be maintained. We have published for 8 to 10 years. There are multiple publications from other centers. And out of these 43 patients, 15 were on insulin before surgery, and only 1 of them is on insulin. After surgery, 14 went off insulin. So this kind of drastic transformation that is seen and can be used. Unfortunately, we cannot offer it to Caucasian population, but to clarify, even NIH, even the NICE guidelines in UK covers this surgery for patients of Asian origin, and they can have this surgery in any NHS hospital at 27.5 BMI and above. So this is an accepted surgical intervention of people of certain ethnicities for diabetes. Now, there is a lot of issue about cost in India. Fortunately, for bariatric, we got it covered somewhere in October 2020, and but the guidelines remain the same what we got in October 2020, that your BMI need to be 35 and uncontrolled diabetes. And now we have come to a situation that 80% of our patients are done through cashless route because they get covered under these criteria. But obviously, the low BMI patients who are just about 8-10 kgs, they are still going through self-pay route. So this is a doctor who got this surgery done. He's a family physician, and we are operating more doctors today than what we operated in the last 20 years, because they have been facing the same problem that the non-medicals face. And the HbA1c was 8.5, and within a month's time, the HbA1c reduced to 7, C-peptide dropped down because the pancreas doesn't have to work overnight to produce more and more insulin. They get rested. And this is what we are able to tell the patient. They will not need insulin because their pancreas get protected because of the surgery, and the pancreas get rested. So thank you so much. I'll be very happy to take any questions, and I can stop my screen share. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Dr. Raman Goyal, for giving your very beautiful PowerPoint presentation about the role of surgery in diabetes treatment. One question which is because you have already mentioned about the coverage, but how much the diabetes surgery cost in India? Is it covered in Ayushman Bharat and medical insurances in India?
Medical insurance, definitely, as I explained, it is covered. It's not covered for the low BMI patients, means those who are those who are less than 15 kg overweight. So one need to be around 15 kg overweight or more to be covered. Ayushman Bharat doesn't cover it yet. We have made a representation to our association. Hopefully, it might get covered. But the cost-wise, if you are looking in dollar terms, it will be somewhere about $5,000 odd. And in rupees term, it will be somewhere about 3 to 3.5 lakh rupees.
Okay, and the one more question is, what is the minimum and maximum age for diabetes surgery?
At the moment, the international guidelines are talking of 18 years. Obviously, we are operating on type 2 diabetes, so most of them are above 18 years. But there is no upper age limit mentioned. So we have operated up to 76 years if they tolerate anesthesia and if they do not have very aggressive or advanced complications. If they already have developed advanced complications, we generally say that it may not help you in long run because you will not be able to avoid complications already there.
And yeah, Vaishali, I think you are there, but before you can ask, my question is one more question is, what are the potential benefits and risks associated with undergoing surgery for diabetes management? Because this people have myths that so much complications or the lifestyle has to be changed, and more particularly about the alcohol. People are very much worried about whether they have to stop 100% the alcohol or they will be able to have some limited thing. So what you say about that?
So I think, a surgery is a surgery. When somebody is on a medicine, taking a decision to undergo surgery is not easy. And it has to be a very well-informed decision. And as far as complications are concerned, there is a whole list of them. But a well-informed patient and well-optimized patient, generally, we are able to minimize the risk of complications to an acceptable limit. As far as lifestyle changes are concerned, I think that's what was being discussed before I started. Lifestyle changes have to be there in any case. And alcohol and tobacco in any form are bad for pancreas. So even otherwise, even if you're not diabetic, they are bad. And that's why, making healthy choices is necessary, whether you have surgery or you don't have surgery. And that's what we talk to the patients, because it's not right to say that those who have uncontrolled diabetes are making bad choices. These people are struggling. They are fighting a really bad disease. And once the insulin resistance improves, they are in a much better position. Obviously, nobody changes. Whatever we talk, 99% patients will continue to eat or drink the way they have been doing for years. But when they are in a program, they are given reminders on time, they are brought in the support group meetings, and they keep getting back on track as far as drinking alcohol or eating a high calorie dense food. So I think it's a step in a direction, and as I'm saying, a very large number of patients, 36% patients at 10 years is a very big number. It's not a small number. We are talking of unselected population. It is also seen that those who come in first 5 years are likely to be off medication. So first 5 years of diagnosing diabetes, they respond better. Those who come between 5 to 10 years, 80% of them will go off medication. So, you know, when we are right now getting most of the patients who have diabetes for 25 years, 30 years, who are on insulin for 10 to 15 or 20 years. But as more awareness will get created, more people will start coming early. And that is where the real benefit of the surgery will be seen to the public at large.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions from you, Amrita or Mr. Neel Kumar or Vaishali, whoever wants to ask the question.
Amrita, would you like to go ahead first, or because I think you had few questions before as well, and even Seema, we have Seema. Global Namaste, Seema.
Namaste, Seema.
And
Namaste.
First of all, Dr. Raman Goel, what a wonderful presentation and amazing facts and figures and what you mentioned to our audience. It was truly an eye-opener presentation. And we all have few questions, I think. So let's start with Seema, I guess. Seema, what question would you like to have for...
Sure. Thank you, Vaishali. Thank you so much. Dr. Goel, I am aware that a lot more people are indulging in bariatric surgery for the control of diabetes. We have a lot of people from my home country, Kenya, who actually travel to India for the surgery. And kudos to you for the successful case you showed us with the gentleman in Kenya. I have a question related to diabetes. For those who cannot take metformin, there's this new drug that's creating a lot of pump and show in the market known as Ozempic. Yeah, and a lot of people are taking Ozempic for weight loss as well. Yeah, and it's also very good for diabetes. I would love to hear your views on the drug Ozempic.
Yeah, wonderful.
Well, the injection rather, Ozempic.
Yeah. So we have that molecule available in India, the semaglutide in oral form. We don't have the injectable form, but we are doing a clinical trial for that company for their advanced molecules. So the difference between surgery and let's say Ozempic or any GLP-1 RA drug is that is one particular hormone that we are talking about. While with surgery, there are about 7 to 8 hormones that change. So companies have realized that. And from semaglutide, they are now combining 2 hormones, then 3 hormones, and then they are going to combine 4 or 5 hormones. So I completely agree that there are drugs which are coming, but with the drugs, the research period is about 8 to 10 years. So when we do a drug trial today, it will probably see the commercial side of it 8 to 10 years from now. And that is where there is a whole millions of people across the world who are already suffering from diabetes. So I completely agree. This drug is very promising, good molecule, but it's a single molecule. The twin molecule is coming. It's already available in market now. Then there'll be three hormones together, then 5 hormones together. So it has evolved from what we have learned from surgery, the incretins, and it's a good substitute. But it will be expensive, and it's a weekly injection that person has to take. Right. And there are tolerance issues. Some people do not tolerate it, but there are issues with surgery also. I'm not saying that. So I think that's a very good observation. But it's a long way. Maybe 20 years down the line, we will have a situation where everybody can buy and afford Ozempic.
But it's still being prescribed extensively in countries like Australia.
It's a good molecule. We also use it very frequently for patients. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much. Over to you, Amrita.
Amrita, what question would you like to have?
Thank you, Seemaji. Thank you, Dr. Amin. It was a very nice presentation, in fact. And I would like to ask you that, have you noticed any difference in among the male and female groups after the surgery at particular age? Because with females and menopause and other kind of hormonal stuff in relation to diabetes, what has been your experience in case of any clinical studies or any kind of things that you have noticed in terms of the post menopausal changes that happen, which are hormonal and being
Yeah.
patient post surgical? Thank you.
Yeah. So basically, you know, the as far as women are concerned, the surgery works well for their other factors. I'm not talking about postmenopausal right now. So let's say the PCOS is almost the same mechanism as diabetes, insulin resistance in most of the women. So once we have this improvement, it will also happen on PCOS, and these premenopausal women benefit a lot because of that. Postmenopausal is an entirely different situation because there are other hormonal issues, and how much they affect diabetes, I really will not be able to comment. But in terms of overall recovery, they have a much better course because the hormonal issues improve, the possibility of malignancies like breast malignancies or endometrial malignancies reduce because of the hormonal changes that come after surgery. But specifically for diabetes, it's very difficult to answer a question because postmenopausal diabetic patient, what happens? I am not really very clear about that at the moment. Yes.
I have one more question. If I just wanted to know that after the surgery, what are like how many days a person has to stay in the hospital and when a follow-up can be done? Can you tell our viewers about that?
So typically they are in hospital for about 2 days, so 2 nights after surgery. Most of them, you know, one should never say. So most of them. And they go home and they come and visit us once again before they travel back to, let's say, Kenya. And they meet us and we examine them. And then they are asked to check their blood sugars every day. And they are asked to do their HbA1c every month for next 1 year. Then every 3 months for the rest of their life. And the challenge is that patients start forgetting that they had diabetes. So we did a transactional study, published it about 2 years back, 3 years back, where we called up all our patients who have completed 7 years and said, what is your HbA1c? And they said, no, we have not done it for last 5 years. So they start believing that their diabetes is cured or they are non-diabetic and they don't follow. And that's not a good situation to be because we know that they are diabetic. We know that if they have urinary infection, the sugars can go up, or if they have pneumonia, the sugars can go up. Or otherwise also during to a certain number of patients, the sugar can go up because they are not on medication. So it's a challenge, unlike bariatric, that we need to follow up our patients more closely. This is a new field for us because we have started doing specifically diabetes surgery for last 1.5 years. And we are evolving a specialty because this is not happening from USA or from UK. This is being developed from countries like India, Taiwan, and likewise, from where surgeons are coming together to develop a protocol. So I think regular follow-up is essential, and we are working on it very, very, very closely.
Thank you. One question, please. One more. Thank you. Actually, I wanted to ask you, can after the surgery person can work in a normal life? Can he resume his jobs and take the same level of stress that a person used to take before surgery?
So the answers are twofold. When we were doing it for bariatric, not only normal life, they can do super normal work also. Once they have lost 40, 50 or 70 kgs, they fly, they don't walk. So they work very hard. As far as diabetes is concerned, a lot of things change. They are now their sugars are well controlled. They can wear normal shoes. They don't need to wear protective socks all the time. They are more active. They are traveling more frequently. I tell you, we operated a very senior government officer who sits on the Prime Minister's panel in India. And he said it's such a torture that when you wait for a lunch meeting with the Prime Minister, I need to go and check my sugar first, then I have to take my insulin. By the time I come back to the dining hall, the lunch is over. So the handicap of just the medication and use of insulin is so big that people don't realize that how limiting it is. Or if somebody is traveling at night in a car and you stop on a roadside restaurant, you need to take out your kit, take insulin, and then sit down to have dinner with your friends. And now it gives them the liberty to eat when everybody is eating, to travel so I think it's not only a question of work, the entire lifestyle changes. And the way they enjoy their life changes. Only thing they need to remember is they are still diabetic. Just because sugars are normal doesn't make them non-diabetic. Yeah.
Thank you.
Dr. Raman, thank you very much for answering very succinctly. Stay around. We have still got some questions because Dionne from Mexico wants to interact as well. Seema has got a question. Just before that, we have got a very special guest over here. And let's welcome this special guest because he's a big contributor to Healing Our Earth. Swami Shailendra Saraswati, Osho's younger brother. And I think there is something special Amrita and Vaishali wants to say about him today. A global namaste, Swami, and how are you? You can unmute yourself, please. Yes.
Global namaste to everyone. Hello.
Yes, Swami, we can hear you. Okay. And a very happiest birthday shortly. It will be midnight in India when your special day is there. And we thought we would surprise you.
Yes. I think this is through Amrita. You got the news about the birthday.
Our team is always on the ball, and Vaishali is going to sing for you before we go back to Dr. Raman with a chit chat and even take your opinion about diabetes and how you use yoga and Rotary and Lal Goi's points as well. Vaishali, what have you got to sing for our Swamiji here?
Om Shanti, Jai Gurudev, and many, many happy returns of the day. And here, my most favorite song for you, Swamiji. We love you. And here it goes. बार बार दिन ये आए, बार बार दिल ये गाए, बार बार दिन ये आए, बार बार दिल ये गाए, तुम जियो हजारों साल, ये मेरी है आरज़ू. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Swamiji. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Happy birthday from the whole Healing Our Earth family.
Thank you to everyone.
And Swamiji, we are here with two eminent persons. One is our senior anchor and producer and the chair for Organ Donation India. He is also the founder and the president at the Rotary for Organ Donations. Rotarian Lal Goil, and say hello and namaste to him as well, Rotarian Lal Goil. And
namaste, Swamiji, and happy birthday.
Namaste, thank you, Dhanyavad, Shukriya.
And Swamiji, we've got an eminent doctor from my neck of wood in Mumbai as well. And he's actually involved in a pioneering surgery, technically because it is India which is actually leading, and he's one of the senior person over there. Hopefully, as he said, in 20 years, it could be a big news and more pharma company will be approaching and say, hey, you are stopping our medication. What's going on? Because he's improving people's life. So, so please say hello to him as well. And Dr. Raman, say hello to Swamiji here, please.
Swamiji.
Namaste, namaste, Dr. Sahab.
Namaskar. Namaskar.
And Swamiji, while we have grabbed you on your busy schedule, because normally you're very busy delivering outreaches to people, your thoughts on health and diabetes awareness. As you know, India behind China. China has got about 145 million recorded diabetic people, and India is not very far and behind them. But nonetheless, the Indians have a lot of diabetic problem. How do you keep fit, and what are your tips for diabetics? Is it through meditation, yoga, or how do you discipline yourself not to eat a lot of jambus and mithai and jalebis all the time?
चलिए मैं अपनी खुद की कहानी बताऊं. Is it okay to speak in Hindi?
If you speak in English, it'll be better because the audience are in different countries.
So I will just tell my personal story. Okay, when I just graduated, did my MBBS, I think 2 years later, I was teaching somebody how to measure blood pressure. So I told the person, okay, you measure my blood pressure. So I put the cuff on my arm and he said, okay, take the stethoscope and check the systolic and diastolic. I explained how the systolic and diastolics are measured. So he did that and he said, your blood pressure is systolic 220 and diastolic 120. I said, impossible. You did some mistake. This is not going to happen. I'm perfectly healthy. Okay. I have no symptoms, no signs. And what you are saying is severe hypertension, grade 3. And I'm perfectly young, healthy, without any symptoms. I told him, you measure it again. He did it again. And he said, it's the same reading. I became worried. I measured it myself. I told, okay, give me the stethoscope. I will measure. And it was 220 by 120. I was surprised. I thought maybe at this moment, for some reason, I measured again after few hours. Next day, third day, it was the same. I was surprised how this is possible. Severe hypertension at this age of 26, no symptoms, no signs, perfectly healthy, doing all activities. Of course, I have to go through the investigation. I found that there are blood cells in the urine, and then discovered there is a big calculus in the kidney blocking the ureter, and there is hydronephrosis, and almost half the kidney is non-functioning. And the stone was 1.5 inch large in size. At that time, there was only investigation was KUB X-ray and IVP. That's all. Ultrasound was not developed by that time. So, of course, this was secondary hypertension, and the experts explained me that this must have happened over at least 10 years. This huge stone in the kidney, which has damaged the kidney, this cannot happen suddenly. So gradually your BP was increasing and your body was getting adjusted to it. So you didn't become aware, no symptoms, no signs. Coincidentally, this was discovered by chance. At that time, it was also discovered I'm borderline diabetic and my lipid profile is distorted, very high level of cholesterol, very high level of triglycerides. So the whole metabolic syndrome was there at the age of 26. The kidney got operated, half the kidney was removed, and till that time, I never had any renal colic because the stone was too big. It cannot be forced in the ureter. But after surgery, then I had recurrent colics. Again and again, new stones were formed, released, and I suffered a lot, at least for next 10 years. Then I had some homeopathic medicine for renal calculi, and that helped me. Nothing else helped. After taking homeopathy for about 6 months, I got recovered from this recurrent calculus formation. Now the problem was diabetes gradually increased. Then I had to take oral medication. And some 10 years later, I had to take insulin. And a limit came, the combination of oral drugs as well as insulin. In highest dose, I was taking 30 units 3 times daily. And still the sugar was not coming down. Again, a coincidence. I kept fast for about 1 week. This has nothing to do with, I had no plan that I'm going to cure myself. This was just a coincidence. I was meditating and planned 1 week fast. In that 1 week, I lost about 3 kg weight. And surprisingly, no more insulin was needed after 1 week. I was taking only oral medication. Then I got the clue. I reduced my weight further. In over 3 years, I reduced 25 kg. I was 92. Now I'm 67. My body mass index is now perfect for my height, 67 kg. And my diabetes is controlled just with 1 or 2 tablets. That's all. No more insulin. And I'm enjoying perfect health at this age of 69. Tomorrow it will start 70 years. And I'm doing all kind of activities. So my tip for today is being overweight is the biggest etiology, the cause of metabolic syndrome, whether it is hypertension or cardiac problem or lipids problem or diabetes. If the patient can be told to come to the normal weight for the height, then most of the problems will either disappear or they will be controlled with very few medication. So since that happened to myself, I am very much alert about this. And whenever I come in contact with someone who is suffering from hypertension or diabetes or cardiac problem or cholesterol, triglyceride, then I emphasize, I tell my own story, how I have suffered and how I have recovered. And people get motivated, inspired, and many people have tried to reduce their weight, seeing the results, and the results come very quickly. Even after reducing 3 or 5 kg, the results are there, and then the person becomes more motivated. So for today, I will just tell you this one tip that causes, we describe many in the medical text, in medical literature. Being overweight is somehow ignored for 2 reasons. Most of the doctors themselves are overweight and they know that it is very difficult to reduce weight, and the patients also don't listen. They don't follow. Somehow they have some instincts to overeat. But once this is explained in a simple way, I have written a book in Hindi, Sampurna Swasth, the complete health. And I have explained in details how you can manage your weight very easily. You can eat whatever you like. Only thing to be controlled is quantity, not quality. When I reduced my 25 kg weight, I was eating whatever I wanted. I'm very much fond of ice cream. I used to eat ice cream every day. But the quantity was small. I ate everything which I like, because this is not a question of few days or few weeks. This is going to be lifelong practice forever. So you have to eat what you want, what you enjoy. The only thing is to control the quantity. If one can take 1200 calories per day and he's putting the output of 1600 or 1800 calories per day, so there is gap of 500 calories. And this much is enough to get 50 gram weight loss every day. That comes to 1.5 kg in a month, and that comes to 18 kg in a year. It is very, very easy. No special diet should be prescribed, no special instruction, just a small instruction which everybody can follow, that you have to reduce the quantity of what you eat. Please enjoy whatever you want to enjoy. And the results are wonderful.
Thank you, Swamiji, and you are an example of it, because you have gone through it, you have lived it, and diabetes or overweight even doesn't leave Swamiji's behind, so be careful. Whoever you are, try to be sensible, try to see if you can eat less calorie than you require, which becomes negative calorie, and you will slowly drop the weight down. Swamiji, we've got an expert here, Dr. Raman Goyal. We've got the organ donation expert here, Rotarian Lal Goyal. You have got a lot of following, Hindi following as well, apart from English in your domain, as has Rotarian Lal Goyal. I would suggest Amrita will put all of you in touch, and through your audience someday, we can invite Dr. Raman and Rotarian Lal Goyal and Dr. Dana Pal, and we can reach to your audience how to live healthily together with your book. And I think it will be a very appropriate time. So Amrita, if you could facilitate that.
Okay.
This outreach will be very good, because during pandemic, Rotarian Lal Goyal had several hundreds of thousands of people following. So it's very apt that we bring organ donation, the pioneering surgery that Dr. Raman is involved in, and even in his lifetime, it will become a surgery of every country to observe. And Dr. Danapal, who is in Harley Street in London and from Singapore. Isn't it wonderful that we have become one family, and jointly we can come with a session, and that can be in Hindi, Swami. Okay. So it's perfect. So
Thank you.
Again, happiest birthday to you, and Dr. Danapal is here as well. Dionne from Mexico is here as well. So we are connected to almost every continent down here, and we are spreading the diabetes awareness to the consumer level. And you very nicely put it in a simple format. Try to gently start reducing your weight. Don't be choosy. You don't have to go on diet. Eat what you like, but don't eat large quantities. So I think I love what you've got. We wish you once again a very, very happy birthday. Shortly it'll be midnight in India.
Thank you very much. And I will say good night to everyone. I will listen to your program later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Swami. Thank you. Well, isn't it wonderful that we bring all the personalities from different. Swami is a younger brother of Osho, and everybody knows who Osho was. Dionne had a question. Seema, let's get back, because what Dr. Raman is doing, and Seema, you were, as he said, you were very observant. What you picked out in Kenya, which means East Africa or else as well. One of the person that Dr. Raman actually brought in his presentation was a lady who actually lost 27% of her weight. And subsequently, she was an example that she just recently went to Europe tour, and she was okay. She didn't suffer. So I want to ask one question to Dr. Raman, and then Seema, you can ask question, and we go back to Dr. Danapal and Amrita. Dr. Raman, that lady who lost the weight, and that's 27% is very good, because she lost something like 25 kg from 92 or something. Was it directly related to the surgery you carried out?
Obviously. I mean, the weight loss happens because they have hormonal changes and their appetite reduces. So they lose about 10% weight in the very first month after surgery. So if she was 94 kgs, she would lose about 8 to 9 kgs in first month, and then about 3 to 4 kgs every month. So yes, obviously it is related to surgery, but we don't remove fat from the body. So it's not a liposuction or lipectomy kind of surgery.
Yeah, so it was a medical situation you put her through, so that the body starts functioning correctly as well, and the mind reads that the hunger is a bit lesser. And then what was the spend? 5 months, 6 months?
So generally they lose weight up to 1.5 years, so 12 to 18 months, but maximum weight loss happens in first 6 months. and then it starts tapering down. So, yeah.
And because it's carrying on for about 1.5 years, I believe that we can almost call it that for future years it's almost permanent, because I think it's a permanent change to the body. If they don't misbehave, then it's good for their life at a later stage. Is that right?
Yeah. So around 80% patients maintain their weight even after 10 years. But there are 15 to 20% who definitely do not. And there are reasons which was being discussed before I joined this group. The lifestyle change. Those who are able to change their lifestyle for a healthy way of eating, they maintain. Those who are not ready to accept that change, then they might gain few kgs.
Wow, it's amazing. Vaishali, you got your hand up just before you ask the question. Dr. Dhanapal, this surgery is fairly new in a way, and it's nice that India is maybe leading the way for that. What are your thoughts on that, and what are your thoughts? Will this be available in Harley Street in 15 years' time or something? Is it something?
Mr. Goel,
Yeah.
good evening.
Good evening to you.
I am surprised that I'm pleased that you've been able to do that in India. It's not allowed in US. It's not allowed in Singapore. It's not allowed in UK. Are you aware of that?
It is allowed in UK. It's allowed
not under NHS.
NHS, yes, I can show you the guidelines. Nice guidelines. If you go online and look for it.
That's a bariatric surgery with different BMI. But
it's
not
27.5 BMI for patients of Asian origin who have uncontrolled diabetes. Even in US, it is allowed at 27.5 BMI for Asian patients.
Right.
Yeah. So this is comparatively a very new change in guidelines, just about a year back, and it will take time to. But UK definitely the nice guidelines cover it.
So effectively, it is evolving. So it's maybe a good news, because I think in 10, 15 years, there will be enough data, there will be enough people who have benefited from it, and hopefully it can become a mainstream in many countries. Is that right, Dr. Raman?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of time as people will see the results. The previous results were there for low BMI diabetics, and that's how the International Diabetes Federation, which is a physician's body, in 2011 published that we should be operating at 27.5 BMI. And American Diabetes Association, which is the biggest body, in 2021 recommended that we should be operating. Actually, surgeons joined the bandwagon later. Physicians told us to operate much earlier. I mean, they were telling for last 10 to 12 years, please operate on diabetic patients because they are not getting controlled with medicines.
That's amazing. Well, before we take more comments, Vaishali, what's your question?
Yeah, my question is to Dr. Raman Goel, very much regarding the bariatric surgery that you mentioned just now. There is one of my very close relative, and around 2 years before, he was suffering from obesity. He had knee issues. He was suffering from sugar, highly diabetic, and blood pressure, high blood pressure, cholesterol, thyroid. So these were the conditions, and his body weight was 110 something. And when we spoke to someone like who was quite renowned fitness trainer in India, and trainer suggested that, if you follow diet, if you follow my workout regime, if you follow one step by step, everything, it's going to be a long process, but I guarantee that, you will get back, you will be able to. But that person had almost given up. And that person said that, no, I just want to go for a bariatric surgery because I just cannot exercise. I cannot focus on my nutrition. And anyways, so they went for a bariatric surgery around 1.5 years before. Now, right now, his condition from 110 kg, he's non-stop, continuously losing weight. And right now, you won't believe his height is almost 5'12". And right now his weight is just 44. Still it's decreasing. We all are worried because they are our relative. So this is something that could you please put some light on that? Now the other side also, one doctor is saying that, let's remove that whatever they had done, so that at least he can eat, because he's not able to eat anything. He doesn't want to eat. He doesn't like to eat. He doesn't have any appetite. So what is the solution, or is this something that, can you put some light on this, please, on this?
So one part of it, when the trainer said that, he can guarantee that the person, anybody giving guarantees are dangerous people and we should be wary of them. And it's not easy to maintain the kind of discipline. I mean, that's the real society. We are not living in a cocoon. We are living in the real world. We eat real food. You just heard Swamiji that he eats ice cream every day. I mean, this is what the life is. People drink every day. People eat every day. So now, as far as your relative is concerned, who is constantly losing weight, there is something which is definitely wrong. It will be a good idea to take a second opinion from somebody who is more experienced in this field and get an opinion of what surgery was done, because there are different types of procedures. There are certain procedures which can end up with a problem like this. And so definitely at this time, your relative should be going to another person or two more persons taking opinions and deciding about what should be done. But this is not normal. Generally, patients struggle to lose more than 80% of their extra weight. So saying that they lost more than 100% of their extra weight is not the right thing. Either the patient was not given proper counseling after surgery, or this is a wrong procedure for him.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vaishali. Seema, let's go to your question. You had one, and we'll go to Lata and then Amrita, and then maybe we can wind off very much with some tips from Rotary and Lal Goyal as well. So, Seema, your question to Dr. Raman.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. So Vaishali asked a very vital question, and one of my questions was, what are the potential side effects of bariatric surgery? Because as you said, anybody who gives you a guarantee in life is a dangerous person. So what are the potential risks involved that could be involved, although very, very low, I'm sure? What would be the potential risks involved with bariatric surgery? That's my first question. And my second question is, side effects of bariatric surgery versus Ozempic.
Okay. All right. So potential complications or side effect of surgery is that the person is eating a very small meal after surgery. That meal cannot give enough nutrition to the person. The person is not a child, he is an adult. And so they need to have more nutrition from the diet. If you look at from the patient's perspective, throughout life, they have been told by their dietitian, you eat less and you eat more salads, you eat. So there's been an emphasis on restricting calories. Now you have, after surgery, we say you have better nutrition, you have more proteins, you have healthy carbohydrates, healthy fats. Don't restrict your food intake by having salads. Eat food, eat meals. 3 meals a day, 4 meals a day, but eat meals. And so the person has to get enough nutrition that his body needs on a daily basis, like Swamiji was saying, these many calories for expenditure and all that. Now, that is important. If the person is not having that, then person can be in a situation like how Amrita's, if I got her name right, relative has got the situation that the person is losing weight rapidly. So that is one issue. The second issue is we are operating on high-risk patients. The patients who are like 180 kgs are high risk even for an appendix or for a gallbladder surgery. So, but this is the reason why we operate them. So if they are getting operated in a good setup with good quality anesthetist, that risk of surgery can be taken off the table because they it can be quite safely done. Obviously, there are no guarantees, but it can be quite safely done, as safe as a gallbladder surgery, let's say. So that is the second issue. Third issue is if the procedure is not correctly selected. So there are procedures which are good for a Caucasian in Canada and US, but is not equally good for a person of Indian origin or of African origin. So if the same procedure is given to this person from India or a vegetarian person, he or she may not tolerate that procedure well. So I think it's a specialty, it's a branch where people who have dedicated their career, who are only doing bariatric surgery, are able to ensure quality results. And generally things don't go wrong. You know, it's like going on a motorway in US, and if you are not careful, you can have an accident. So if it's an accident, it's an accident, but it's a elective surgery, it's a planned surgery. We are able to prepare patient. It's not an emergency. And once the patient is well prepared, possibility of things going wrong in this surgery is remote. They are remote.
So what I'm getting from this is that a vigil follow-up is very necessary after the surgery to ensure that the patient is getting adequate nutrition. Should the patient not be getting adequate nutrition, which might just be the case as in Vaishali's relative, would you prescribe nutritional shakes, supplements to get the calorie count higher, number one? Number two, my observation is a lot of people, as you know, from Kenya have traveled and still do travel to India for bariatric surgery for several reasons: weight loss, maintaining their figure because they're very, very, very conscientious about their appearance, or even diabetes. So my question is, after 1.5 years, I feel I've noticed with family members of my own as well that their weight plateaus. You know, it just stays straight at a plateau. They tend not to lose weight. At that stage, they could either gain more weight if they're not careful, right? So you recommend that they really be vigilant about the healthy lifestyle when the weight plateaus, or straight after the surgery? Because I have seen people having bariatric surgery and going all out. They'll drink, they'll have 3 pegs, they'll have their cakes, they'll have their pastries, they've had their bariatric surgery, they're happy, they can eat whatever they want.
Who can stop a patient? You know, we are asked this question when somebody comes with diabetes, the HbA1c of 13, and they come and sit in my consulting room and they say, okay, now I'm getting this surgery done, can I have my sweets every day? So when somebody can ask a question like this, you know what is going to happen. And we cannot put a camera in everybody's household to see what they're eating, what they're not eating. Our job is to support, our job is to educate, our job is to follow up. And if those who are ready to do that, they do well after surgery. But obviously there are people who will not listen to what we are discussing this all today, and they will have issues. And when they have issues, they come back. Now, fortunately, with the medicines that you were mentioning earlier, they don't need the revisional surgeries anymore for weight regain. So if they've gained 10 kgs and I put them on Ozempic, they lose those 10 kgs in 3 months. And then they are still surgical patients. They don't need to take Ozempic lifelong. So we are using a lot of combination medicines in combination with surgery to make sure that they have better long-term outcomes. So earlier, our revision rates for weight regain was almost 10%. Now they have come down to almost only about 2%. And majority of these patients can be managed with medicine. So medicines are not a competition to us. They are great help to us. They are adjuvant therapy for surgery. And for such patients who are not ready to follow and still want to have their medicine, and I can't do anything more. You know, they can. There will be people always who will follow, and there will be people who will not follow.
Thank you, doctor. So basically what doctor is saying, we can educate them.
Yes.
We can teach them. We can tell them what they do is the final result. So hopefully they will gain that. If they can see the benefit when they improve, hopefully they stick to it. Lata, you've got a question as well. Go ahead.
Hi and global namaste, everyone. I just wanted, I don't know if you've got the answer to this, but any of the experts can respond. It's about the sign of glaucoma. Would that be a sign of diabetes is going to be in their lifetime, or they're going to face diabetes?
I believe glaucoma is a different disease, but Dr. Dhanapal is he here still?
Dr. Dhanapal, yes, he's here. And Dr. Raj actually did answer that you must go and get your eye inspected as well, because diabetes can be discovered from eyes. So Dr. Dhanapal, over to you.
I don't know whether you heard what I said early on. I told you, I mean, there's a take-home message for everybody, for the public as well as us. Diabetes is a silent assassin. It's a gun loaded with a safety valve off. The first bullet that hit is your head, you'll get stroke. The second bullet that hit your heart, you'll have a heart attack. Third bullet will hit your kidney failure. Fourth bullet will hit your penis, you get erectile dysfunction. The fifth bullet will hit your legs, amputation. And the final bullet with your eyes, blindness. So cataract is an aging process. If diabetes accelerates cataract. Does that answer your question?
There you are, Lata. I can actually diagnose diabetes. You mentioned particular glaucoma, but I can be inspected, and that could be very useful. Amrita, we'll go to your last question from you.
Let me enlighten you. If you're in UK, diabetes at point of diagnosis, free treatment throughout. Nowhere in the world you get free treatment checkup like in UK, including medication, eye checkup, foot checkup, blood, everything for a diabetic patient. Everything is free. No wonder our budget is $180, $190 billion, and this is going to keep growing. As I said, half of us are walking around this world not knowing we're diabetic. I told you there are 415 million people in the world, and 200 million are walking time bomb. All you got to do is, as a final word is that, detect it, prevent it, and make it reversible.
Thank you, Dr. Dan. So look, there is a hope. Don't leave it. If you've got any doubt, then go and see your GP. If you are in this country, even in India now, there are facilities where they are improving, because India has brought, they don't have a national health service, but they've got this, what Rotarian Lal was actually questioning, Dr. Raman, whether this will fall under that. So it'll be very good. Amrita, you got a question, over to you, and then we can start winding off.
Yes. Thank you, Neil Kumar. My question is for Dr. Dhanapal, actually. Dr. Dhanapal, I wanted to ask you, what is your view on intermittent fasting in diabetic patients? Because intermittent fasting is a fashion and trend, and fasting is linked with the diabetes. And we also see that diabetic people have hyperglycemia and hypoglycemias as well. So what is your advice for people with diabetes for intermittent fasting? Should they do? Should they not? And what care must be taken?
It's a very good question. Early on in my conversation, I did say sugar, insulin. Sugar, insulin. When you start eating, you need to supplement with medication itself. So if you don't eat, you don't need the medication. Dr. Goel, you'll agree with me. It's all because of your intake and your calories. Sugary. Intermittent fasting, a lot of my patients do that. It's excellent, I feel. No wonder even in Hinduism and in the religion Muslim, they say 30 days of fasting. Why? Regenerate your engine. Even when you drive a car, you got to send your car for MOT. None of us send our body for MOT. You drive your Mercedes-Benz or your Rolls-Royce, it's a box of metal. You're behind the wheel. Do you ever go for a checkup? No. If your car makes a tiny noise, you take it straight away to your mechanic itself. So listen to your body. Each individual is bespoke. And fasting, each body has its own way of it. Some people can fast 24 hours. Like Swami just now was there, he may be fasting 18 hours and his intake might be 800, 900 calories. I do not know. So each body tells you what to do. Intermittent fasting is very good for those who are overweight and diabetic because your insulin resistance goes down and your metabolic rate increases. And we can prevent a bit of surgery then.
Thank you.
I have a question here. Let's say a diabetic patient intermittent fasts. What about their sugars going low during the night because it's the length of time, right? Would you recommend it for a diabetic patient to actually intermittent fast?
We are talking about established diabetics, those on insulin.
Oh,
even
yes.
Even if they are in insulin, they are the ones who go hypo and hyper. But type 2 diabetes, all except glucosides, the older medication gives you hypo, but the modern medication, none of them give you hypo. Right. So if you are type 1 diabetes, that's totally different story. We're talking type 2 progressing to insulin. You got to be careful with insulin. As I said, why you need insulin? Your sugar is there. You bring in insulin, you bring your sugar down. It's a check and balance itself. Common sense would tell you if you don't eat, you don't need insulin, right? And there's no way you can go hypo on that basis, right?
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. So Dr. Danpal is saying, let's be sensible. Rotarian Lal, go ahead. What are your concluding comments? And thank you, Suri, for making comment. She's been here. Dr. Danapal, you've been here since the start. You've given so many inputs with a sense of humor. You are here in Harley Street. Dr. Raman Goyal, you're part of what could be pioneering and maybe helping in so many countries in few years' time from now. Rotarian Lal Goyal, your thoughts on how we did turn out today?
Thank you, Neil Kumar. As far as diabetes is concerned, because as you know that being involved in organ donation awareness program, I know that India is suffering basically because of the diabetes. The organs are failing, whether it's a kidney, pancreas, liver, or others. One of the main reason is diabetes. And unless we will not rectify it, we will not clear it, it's not possible, because every minute one person is dying in India. Nobody is talking about that. And the main reason is, one of the main reason is diabetes. Because of the diabetes, hypertension and all those complications are coming. So one has to understand whether it's a physician or a surgeon or a homeopath or a Ayurveda, they must come together, they must see to it, because lifestyle is also very much important, as Dr. Raman Goyal has mentioned, or Dr. Dhanpal has mentioned, and others have mentioned. But we have to see to it that the diabetes should come in control, especially in India, because you know that Indians' habits of eating sweets everywhere, whether you are in Calcutta or North India or Delhi or everywhere, we are fond of eating sweets too much. So we have to change. As far as the fasting is concerned, although I undergone for the angioplasty in London only, and the surgeon told me very, very clearly, Mr. Goyal, no fasting at all. You must take 5 meals a day if you want to be healthy and if you want to keep yourself healthy. Otherwise, things can be complicated. So I cannot say anything about the fasting. But yes, the diabetes is killing, organs are failing because of although people are on insulin and whatnot, the after effects are there. So my only thing is, we must control the diabetes, and the awareness program is required. And I am thankful to the Healing Our Earth team as well as Mr. Neil Kumar and the entire team for coming out with such type of program. And I am sure that this program will definitely enlighten the public at large, and more actions will be taken, and more research will come in this file. So thank you very much, and global namaste to you all. And thank you, Dr. Goyal, to come and give your comments.
Thank you, Rotarian. Stay around. Dr. Raman, more conclusion and maybe a couple of tips that people can easily consume wherever they are listening us from.
Okay. I think a lot of discussion on fasting and eating. I think the body's mechanisms require nutrition, and this is a ongoing debate whether you should have 3 to 4 meals a day or 2 meals a day. And it has been seen that major amount of calorie expenditure happens because of digestion of food. So when we digest food, we spend 70% of calories. So total energy expenditure otherwise is just 10% from exercises. So I think eating food at regular interval is a must. Whether you are a diabetic or non-diabetic, what you eat and how much you eat is what determines ultimately the end result. This is a major debate in the obesity group, but taking that apart, I think a lifestyle change remains the mainstay of diabetes treatment. Medicines come next to it, and surgery is for those who are not getting managed with these two situations, because the primary pathology of the disease is not addressed by any medical management, and that is something that surgery is in a situation to manage. And gradually we are getting, actually Dr. Ranapolo was mentioning, but we get patients of Indian origin from UK and from US who regularly travel for this surgery for diabetes, because they find that they are in a situation that they can have a control over the disease for which they are not responsible. So I think it was very enlightening to meet all of you today and to have this awareness program. And as more and more awareness programs will happen, I think more people will start accepting lifestyle changes as the primary level of management for their disease. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Thank you. Stay around, Dr. Raman Goyal. There you got it from the experts, different views, but all views are leading to same thing. Listen to your body, improve your lifestyle. Don't hit your body with too much insulin, otherwise you will have to find a way to deal with it. Now, for all of you, our Vaishali would like to sing a song or two to thank you very much for being here. And then we are going to go private. So those who are listening to us on social media, you can join us private in the same link. But right now we are live through to social media on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, website, and social media partners. Vaishali, what have you got lined up for us to sing for all our guests? What they've done a superb job today.
So since it's a Father's Day, and what a beautiful gift we all have given to all the fathers in the world, that we want our fathers to be fit, healthy, we want their blessings forever. And this song is very close to my heart, and I'm sure all the daughters, all the sons, they would like to sing this song for their fathers. So this is to my father and to all the fathers in the world. This goes here. ये तो सच है कि भगवान है मगर फिर भी अनजान ये तो सच है कि भगवान है मगर फिर भी अनजान धरती पे रूप माँ बाप का उस विधाता की पहचान है ये तो सच है कि भगवान है जन्मदाता है जो नाम जिनसे मिला थाम कर जिनकी उंगली है बचपन चला कांधे पर बैठे के जिनके देखा जहां ज्ञान जिनसे मिला.
Thank you. Okay, Vaishali, it's okay to be emotional. You made us smile. You made Dr. Danapal smile there. You made Dr. Lal Gohil smile as well. While we have a bit of break, Amrita.
Vaishali. Kudos, Vaishali.
Fantastic, Vaishali.
Yes,
Amrita, while we are having a break, can you let the audience know our future episodes? And then we can close formally. So here we go, Amrita. Tell us what's happening next week.
Yes, so next week, as we all are witnessing International Yoga Day. So on 23rd of June, we are celebrating International Yoga Day special. Come and join us, practice yoga and stay fit from 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards. Then we are having a special episode on Global Women in Unity. Today's women uniting for better tomorrow into 22nd century on 30th of June 2024, 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards. With the special episode on Ayurveda Special with our healthy life on 7th of June 2024, 2 p.m. British Summer Time.
Thank you. So that's what's happening in the future. We look forward to seeing you all. Maybe we can wind up with a nice Gayatri mantra. Amrita, if you can do the honors, and then we'll go private because we are still live beaming on streaming on many social media. Amrita, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. I'd like to thank all the guests and special thanks to Dr. V.N. Shah, special thanks to Dr. Dhanapal, special thanks to Dr. Naveen Gupta, and a wonder of thanks for Rotarian Lal Goyal, as well as Dr. Raman and Dr. Raj, and also our special guests who have made this episode really a great success. It has been a very fruitful and enlightening episode for us as contributors, as well as for all the viewers who have watching us. Keep supporting us, keep sharing your love, and we also wish Swami Shailendra Ji a very happy birthday from whole of the Healing Our Earth family. We all are waiting, and you all please join us the next week for the yoga special. So let's have a good lifestyle modification with yoga. It's time to wind up today's episode with Gayatri Mantra. Taking a long breath, closing your eyes with a calm mind. Om. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat.